development goals and sustainable development goals, they all talk about one of the goals we're talking about the environmental sustainability to ensure environmental sustainability. Earlier with the MDG could not get succeed, and then we are talking about the sustainable development goals. We provide almost population, each household to have that. Now in 2017, Government of India launched a scheme, Har Ghar Nal Ka Jal. Every household should get a tapped water. I don't know we are going to achieve by 2024, but we are hoping that 75% accept is there. Now we are talking about the historical importance of water. So in India, we are calling Ma Narmada, Ma Ganges and all. So you can see that how the importance we are giving into nature and especially to water, and therefore it gives us the traditional value to that. Now it comes to the groundwater. Why groundwater is important? Because when talking about the drinking water, roughly 90% sources of drinking water is from groundwater. And if we talk about the global population, exactly now we have crossed 8 billion people. But when report of UNDP came in 2019, roughly it was 7.5 to 7.6 billion people, and exactly one third of the population, roughly 250 million, 2.5 million people do not have access to safe water. And when we're talking about safe water, we're not only talking about the physical scarcity of water, it also includes economic scarcity of water. So you can see that now it comes from the global scenario to Indian scenario. Roughly India has 755, 760 districts, and exactly one third, like the global populace, one third district, that is 250, 255 districts have severe groundwater contamination issue with the various heavy metals. For example, nitrate is one, arsenic is one, iron is one, and then so and so forth. And therefore, this is a serious concern, and by 2030, it is going to be 40% districts, and more than 45% population is going to affect directly or indirectly by water related issue. Now the question arises, how we are going to solve this problem? Because we're talking about the cost of getting the treated water to every household. It's a very costly affair, and what we incur to the field, people do not have adequate awareness. Awareness is key to that, and therefore, I feel that awareness drive is important to promote this kind of sustainable mitigation practices to remove those not only heavy metals but other kind of things to provide household water, and that the mission of our current Prime Minister Sri Modi ji to provide each and every household water by 2024. If it is not possible, then at least we can go with the in line with the sustainable development goals to achieve our target. Now, what I'm going to do, the theme of the session is how indigenous practices helping us to know about that. And then this will be entirely based on my experience, field experience from West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and some part of Punjab. So I'll discuss about two case studies. First case study is that how nature-based instrument is going to help to understand the water quality, and I can talk about the iron. So iron is heavy metal, and then excess amount of iron, arsenic, iron drinking water leads to some kind of various health issue, and then when health is there, different direct and indirect socioeconomic issues are we can't avoid that. So there is a guava. Everybody, guava leaf. You put guava leaf on the glass of water, and based on the contaminant of iron, the color of the water gets changed. If water is pure, it color will be not, there is no change on the color. Based on the low or middle or high concentration level, color of the water gets changes from pure to pinkish, and then blackish, and then highly blackish. And see how nature have some kind of treatment or some kind of at least idea to know our water quality. Because when I go to the rural area and asking people, are you aware about your water is contaminated, be it from the various heavy metals and all, and people do not have idea. Sir, we know water में कुछ गड़बड़ी है, थोड़ा सा खराबी है, but what is that? We are not aware about that. And then when I went to field, I tested roughly 1,000 household, not only from that traditional knowledge, but from the field test kit. And then I remember one of the speaker talks about science to lab and lab to society. So science without the collaboration with social science and the implication to the society is useless until unless there is a nexus between lab to field and to finally to the society. So therefore, this kind of indigenous knowledge which I came to know from the villagers should be promoted. So therefore, at least people should have some kind of awareness. If there is some kind of iron in their drinking water, they can taste it and they should know that will not give the exact amount of contaminant, but at least they have idea. Look, my water quality is how good, bad, or worse. Second thing, so I think we should know from indigenous and traditional knowledge teach us. Nature gives us solution for all the things. So without the field test kit or without the different kind of scientific experiment, we can say that our water is contaminated and we can take some of the initiative to improve that. Second thing I'll talk about, second example, we are doing it from the KTS Sweden and Bangladesh. Bangladesh come across seismic based on sediment. So I was hearing an uh, uh, presentation tomorrow by some of the geologists, and then so what happens, there are different aquifers in the Indo-Gangetic region, and they are divided into shallow and deep aquifers. So what happens, a lot of areas in West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, and Bengal along with the Bangladesh, both Ganges and then Ganges went to Bangladesh, it called river, different name is there, the same Ganga River, Padma. So on the skirt of that is highly contaminated zone with iron and arsenic, and now emerging contaminated is also going there, and that is going to threat the sustainable development goals we're talking about in terms of the water scarcity, and not only water scarcity, and finally it leads to the water security. So what we did, we tried to install the tube well, which is the main source of drinking water, through sediment color installment, and naturally gray color sand has been known as the natural filtration, and therefore if you, those of you have, how many of you know the hand pump tube well or chapakal? How many of you are using the drinking water from chapakal, which is the main source of drinking water in most of the rural areas, and still these states more than 70% populace use their drinking water through groundwater through the hand pump tube well. So based on the sediment color, we are suggesting the some of the state government to identify that and then try to promote the sustainable drinking practices, and which will be very helpful to the mission of the to provide each and every household to tap a whole water on that. And why? What I learned from the traditional practices, because the local driller, they're not educated. So I have interacted with roughly 300 local drillers. They're not at all education, but their traditions is coming from generation. The current generation has acquired from his forefather, and his forefather has acquired from great forefather and life. Now, what happens if government can identify those aquifers which is safe based on the sediment based tube color, which we know from the experience from the local driller who are not well educated, but based on the traditional knowledge, they have allied that that can be useful for the scientific community to gather and then harness our thing to use into sustainable practices. So therefore, I feel based on the field experience, still we need to promote in terms of awareness. People are not aware. The question comes to the field, sir, हम पी रहे हैं, हमारे बाप दादा पी रहे थे, कुछ नहीं होगा, उन्हें भी कुछ नहीं होगा, हमें भी कुछ नहीं होगा. But that is wrong. And that's why in the last 20 years, if you see the groundwater deterioration in Tamil Nadu, Western Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, and many other states of India has been gone into that. And then is the time that India should not be a water stress country. We know some of the cities like Bangalore and all is going to be water stress by 2030, according to different. So therefore, we should ally, we should aware, we should promote our own indigenous technology, use it with the lab, and therefore that knowledge should go into the field, into the society. Until unless these two are not going to that, we are talking about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one nature, one family, and one goal, that is not going to complete. That will be incomplete without the awareness and to alive our sustainable and traditional practices which you got from the traditional knowledge and that. And then with that, I'm going to end my thing. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor Varun. It was so inspiring and well researched. One thing I would like to add about Professor Varun, because he's my colleague also, he's going on the field, he see the problems with the villagers, and some time back he was mentioning that he's going to start one to assist the villagers with the pure drinking water, and he's want to do crowdfunding. So no, he's a researcher behind in the actionable mode, like he want to really do something for the people where he's researching and he's finding the problem. So we rarely find such kind of researchers. So now we have the in our panel very distinguished. Yesterday you have seen her. She was moderating one of the session. Uh, Dr. Renu Pandey. As you know, Dr. Renu Pandey completed PhD from Department of Biomedical Research, University of Delhi. Before joining the corporate world as a corporate strategist in Deloitte, she was teaching in the University of Delhi. And I have only very little knowledge about this subject because it's a more medical related. I think she is focusing, her research focuses on role of reactive oxygen species in aging and cancer related issue. So she will be talking something about life sciences here. So welcome, Dr. Renu.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and talking to you all. I know I have some PowerPoint glitches, and I'd like that pointer. Fine. The speaker before me basically raised a very interesting point that communication is important. Science, if it is confined to the realms of a laboratory, will never reach the masses for whom we are doing the research for. And so I thought, based on the conversations yesterday and whatever we are discussing today, that probably a good point to discuss with this August audience is going to be the questions that we heard yesterday. There is so much that all of you are doing. Scientists are creating varieties of, plants that are more stress resistant. Geologists are working on finding potential solutions for, let's say, deterioration of our landmass use and water usage, but we don't see anything happening. How do we make sure that all of this dialogue gets converted into action? Because as we say, the title of my talk today is going to be taking action. How do we transform the doomsday scenario that we are all put into basically taking tangible action? So I can do a little live experimentation here. I'm going to give you two scenarios and then you tell me how do you feel. So the first scenario is, according to the recent climate summit findings, we already are in a very grave situation. You know, carbon and greenhouse gases are rising from 425 parts per million in just 2017 to now 465 parts per million in 2021. In the span of 3-4 years, the carbon concentration has increased. I mean, greenhouse concentration, equivalence of carbon concentration is increased. And then we also have this framework called as RCP scenario, which is basically, modeling the scenario and understanding, okay, what happens if it is a low to medium impact versus a moderate impact versus a very severe impact? And I were to say to you that if we were to avoid the RCP 8.5, I don't know if this works, but okay. The last very highly scarce scenario, it means that we have to prevent every square inch of the earth from being targeted by an 8.5 watt bulb. And we are in a very dire situation. That's scenario one. And I'll come back and ask you how did you feel about it. And then scenario two is all doom and gloom. We are living at the precipice of a moment where if we don't take action today, tomorrow we are going to live on a boiling earth. We'll have fires, we'll have droughts, we'll have storms, and we are heading towards an uninhabitable earth by 2020. It would be so unexpectedly warm that basically oceans will boil. Now, let me take a pause here and see how do you feel about these two statements when I conveyed them to you? What did you feel? Did you feel distant, further, beyond, fearful, or even you were numb. You didn't know what to do because I put in so much of information in front of you that if it is not today, all are dead. And secondly, we feel that it does not really, I don't see things changing around me. So, climate change as a concept and as a reality is very unique in that sense. It is a further in the sense, not today, but glaciers are melting. Probably by 2100, there'll be no ice caps. It is too far beyond in time for me as a singular person to recognize what can I do. And that leads to some of the, I would say, challenges or barriers between concept, talking, and action. And I'm going to talk about all of those today and how we can also address them. So, the first thing is, how do we get people to get engaged with this? The 5 human defenses that stop engagement. And this is psychologically, I think, correct. A lot of psychology studies have basically analyzed these 5 principles, and I'm just putting it into perspective on climate change. The first thing is distance. The same thing that I told you about. It is too far beyond my reach. It's too far beyond my comprehension to understand that it is a grave situation today. If my forefathers lived, I think, my previous speaker said that my forefathers drank from the same well and I am drinking, nothing happened to them, nothing will happen to me. It's too distant for me. And when I tell you that probably your generations after you will not be able to access the same forest that we saw here, you're like, I don't know how that can be a reality because today I see trees. That is very different for me. The second is doom. Because I feel doomed into the situation, I am not sure how to react to it. I am constantly told that the right time to take action was yesterday. So, why are we even talking today if the right time to take action was yesterday and we are already too late? The third problem is dissonance. I don't feel connected to it. And that's why I like to believe counter viewpoint which says climate change is all false. You know, climate has always been changing, climate will keep changing, and I'd like to hear things that I think I can control. I don't want to hear things that make me feel I would say uncomfortable. And the first places we go to do that is our families. We say, don't talk to me about nonsense about climate change. The family does not come back to you and talk about it. The final stages after you've done through all this is denial. I don't agree that there exists something like this. How do I do that? And once you're in the denial mode, you cease to take actions. And then finally, identity. A lot of what we've been hearing over the last day was if you go to a farmer and tell them stuff, which is not probably a thing that they can understand, and not just Indian farmers, German farmers, Dutch farmers. I was listening to this documentary the other day where the Dutch farmer was literally had tears in their eyes because either the government was taking control of their farms or they don't know with the rising sea levels if their kids would ever be able to be farmers again. And if I would, I mean, we are more central now, we are more evolved, we are not under control of any colonial power. So if somebody told me and said, let's give absolute power to the government to make the right changes, they should impose things on you so that climate change basically happens, I would desist, I would rebel. I would much rather have more people power than more government power. And if there is something, so if it, for example, if North Korea were to given the power to impact climate change, nobody would agree to it. And it all comes down to our ethos, our identities, what do we relate to? So having said all of this, what is the solution? Like I told you, hundreds of problems. And as part of my job of being a business strategy consultant, what we do is we basically break down all bigger, I mean, I work with the corporate problems, but all of their business problems into smaller chunks and then address them. So why not break the global climate change problem and start addressing it one by one? So how do we change distance? We change distance by actually driving more social interaction. If my neighbor bought an electric vehicle today and I could see the impact that the electric vehicle is having on my neighbor's lifestyle or anything else, even if boasting, let's just take it about the bragging rights, I would buy the electric vehicle next whenever I'm able to. If my neighbor has a solar panel on the roof and they're able to drive electricity out of it, it won't be too far along when the entire community starts adapting solar power panels. So it has to start with somebody and there has to be a social connect. People, peer to peer impact is truly important. We are scientists, right? In mindset and in action. When we connect into these forums, we feel really invigorated by exchange of ideas. Similarly, when people connect with people, ideas get exchanged and they're more amenable to change. I can accept change when I consider people like me talking about it. It should not be restricted to televised, half-hour program or probably a speech that nobody is hearing. The next thing is doom. Yes, climate change can be very catastrophic, but how do I enforce it? And again, I'll take parallels from the corporate world. When we are supposed to give feedback to somebody, I give them two positives before I tell them one negative. So similarly, if I were to turn the problem around global climate change and tell them, yes, probably, we may not be able to sustain on fossil fuel, why don't I turn it around into opportunities? Such as, okay, with climate change, probably newer job markets might be created, not in agriculture per se, but probably in technology, probably in solar jobs. How about also transformation in some of the fad eating habits, moving away from more plant based or meat based consumption to more plant based consumption? There is this delicious plant based meats that are coming out in the market. That is also a small step. So if I were to give only the doomsday scenario, nobody will care. They'll be like, okay, the doomsday has already started. Why do I even care? So to do that, I supplemented with two positive things, and then what are we trying to address with? Which takes me to the next step, which is simpler actions. I don't want to aim for bringing down the entire climate or bringing down 1.5 billion gigatons of carbon from the sky and then assimilating it underground. That's too humongous a task for one single human. I will start with simpler actions. So, yesterday, when we were eating food, a lot of food got wasted. How about preventing food wastage? How about taking food in your plate only that much that you need and then probably helping yourself with a second helping if needed? That ways, we are minimizing food wastage. We are minimizing intake from the farmlands. We are minimizing a lot of greenhouse emissions. So, simpler actions and then affirmative actions will make it a habit. How about, closing the tap of the water every now and then? We're conserving water. That's a step towards climate change, mitigating climate change. How about taking public transport when convenient? It's not always convenient because it gives my hypocrisy also brings to the fore because I traveled from Mumbai to Raipur to, you know, Amarkantak for this 10-minute talk. And I spent a lot of I had a big carbon footprint. So we have to come out of that step. Everyone can take affirmative action to mitigate climate change, but then it has to be sustainable. So simpler actions and then reinforcing those wins, which comes to the positive feedback. We should celebrate our smaller wins so that we feel more motivated to take bigger actions. If I only constantly hammer the negative effects that they are happening in the climate, nobody would be more motivated to take any further step. And then finally, for identity, people respond the best to stories. If we are to make any climate change mitigation successful, we have to start identifying heroes and heroines of all stripes, promote what they are doing so that people hear those stories. We've been hearing stories around seed banks. We've been hearing stories around conservation of water bodies. We've been hearing stories around people, creating smaller catchment dams in their villages and localities so that water can be conserved, rainwater can be harvested. How about we create those stories? I feel moved when I see those stories. The recent documentary that won Oscar from India was around an elephant and human connection. And that was really moving. So when we tell stories, stories bring impact. And then the story again can drive the social discourse. The stories will drive us to talk to each other about things that we can do to successfully aim to mitigate climate change, or especially climate change impact on us. So with that, I'd like to close my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Renu, for your cogent message. And one message I pick up, behavior drive action. And really, we are charmed with your eloquence, clarity, and fluency. Thank you so much. For next speaker, I invite Ms. Snigdha Tripathi. Let me introduce you a little bit. She is a PhD scholar from this university, Gorakhpur University, and she has published some papers. She has delivered many keynote lectures, especially on new education policy and role of national education policy for teaching and skill development. And she has visited like overseas also to attend many conferences. So she will be talking about role of Indian knowledge on sustainable development. So over to you, madam. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you, all the dignitaries on the dais, and national and international guests over here. Very good morning to you. Narmade Har, as we see in Amarkantak. Narmade Har. So, the topic for today is importance of traditional knowledge for sustainable development. See, India is a land of cultural diversity where we respect our nature, culture, tradition, and we believe in Vasudev Kutumbakam. Vasudev Kutumbakam, the theme of India's G20 presidency this year. It means one earth, one family, one future. This verse comes from Maha Upanishad, our ancient text. This also signifies supreme strength of unity in diversity. We all are connected through our culture and tradition, and base of our growth socially, mentally, and culturally resides in our traditional knowledge system. When we talk about traditional knowledge system, we need to understand what this term means. In general, it can be understood as local knowledge, folks' knowledge, people's knowledge, traditional wisdom. It has been passed from generations to generations, culture to culture, tradition to tradition, usually by words or by cultural practices. These cultural practices can be, as we seen yesterday, the dance, the traditional dance, the music, the art. This can be anything. It has been the foundation for agriculture, health sector, food preservation, production, education, conservation and preservation of our nature, and many other activities that sustain the society. Traditional economical knowledge is held by indigenous group. When we talk about indigenous group, even UN has acknowledged indigenous group. These are like tribal peoples around the world, and they are the key to understand resilience and cultural survival in face of intensifying climate change. When we talk about climate change, it's a natural process, it's an ongoing process. If there is ozone depletion, we can't do about it. When we are discussing, we have to search for measures that cannot contribute in this depletion. When we talk about melting of glaciers, this is a natural process, but we have to do something around ourselves so that we just not document these talks, we just not document these conferences, we have to implement first in our day to day life. Then, traditional knowledge provides a basis of local decision making on many aspects of our day to day life. Like when we talk about ancient things, people they were hunting, fishing, gathering, which was their base of livelihood. Agriculture and husbandry, preparation and conservation and distribution of food, location, collection and storage of water. Water is basis of life. So we have to protect our rivers. We have to keep it clean. We have to keep it running also. Coping with disease and injury. In COVID, we have just passed through this COVID pandemic. Everyone knows that how we survived. Even the first phase or the second phase or in it's still going. COVID is not over yet. So we have to be prepared. Construction and maintenance of shelter. We have to see how we can survive without harming the nature. Orientation and navigation of land and sea. Adaptation of environment and social change. When UN agreed for 17 sustainable goals, they believed and they firmly believed that it was not possible without indigenous people and their practices. Indigenous people have their way of conserving and preserving nature. They have deep knowledge just because they have this experience, they have observed the changes in environment. So they have their practices without harming the nature. A majority of world's population remain dependent on agriculture forestry, fisheries, product made for nature such as craft, furniture and housing. We should have one-on-one talk with these indigenous tribes, with these indigenous community to know how they practice their culture so that we can learn. We are just documenting them and we are just stalking them. We need to implement their practices. We have to come forward to look into it. When we talk about sustainable development, this term was first reported in World Commission on Environment and Development in 1983. It means meeting the need of present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Sustainable development seeks to address poverty, to create equal standard of living, and to satisfy basic need of all without incurring irreversible damage to our nature. Nature can fulfill our necessities, but it can never satisfy our unlimited desire. That is why it has been mentioned in Isha Vashopnishad, Ten Tyakten Bhunjitha. It means utilization with sacrifice. We have to preserve our nature like five elements, five important elements: earth, water, air, fire, and sky for ourselves and for our coming generations too. Sustainable development should be ecologically comfortable, economically viable, and socially acceptable. We all must take pride in the ancient Indian education institution like Nalanda, Takshila, Vikramshila, etc., where we had our roots of knowledge, spiritual, material, economical, cultural, archaeological, and above all, formula for protecting humanity. All the branches of education system have been light by the system of these educational institutions. Indian philosophy believes in worship of nature, not victory over nature. This leads to our tradition for coexistence, not the survival for the fittest. And in the last, ancient Indian scriptures such as Vedas, Upanishads, Smritis, and Puran reveal ecological coordinates. The three R's, reduce, reuse, recycle, and zero waste management, have been an inseparable part of life in Indian culture. As we have discussed knowledge system, we all know that just achieving literacy target is insufficient for intellectual enlightenment of masses. We need to incorporate Indian knowledge system and tradition in fold of education in such a way that it can become a sustainable way of our life. In this westernized era, we must try to retain and revive our traditional knowledge and cherish it. Thank you all for listening me so patiently. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tripathi. This was amazing speech, quite inspiring. Our next speaker, Dr. Monica Jamla. She has completed her PhD in biotechnology from Vanithali University. She currently teaches at Modern College in Pune. Her research focuses on genetic diversity analysis and understanding heavy metals tolerant plants. So she will be talking about something a biotic stress and rice. So please welcome Dr. Monica Jamla.
Good morning. Namaste. Wow, what a vibrant people we have over here. Good morning to the respected dignitaries, my panel members, my colleagues. I take this opportunity to give my deep, immense gratitude to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and my mentor, Professor Bhumina Tripathi, who invited me to deliver a talk on this global platform, which is Y20 Consultation. So thank you, sir. Thank you, entire IGNTU team, for that. Stress, abiotic stress and rise, how it is related to the theme Indian knowledge system for sustainable future I'm going to talk about. So this is a spectrum of climate risk. We all have been talking about, the climate change. So there are many factors which comes under climate risk, like heat, like salinity, like drought, and many more. The red highlight portion I'll be talking about, which is salinization, which is salt stress. यहाँ पे बहुत लोग हिंदी भी समझते हैं. तो सॉल्ट स्ट्रेस का मतलब क्या होता है? नमक. ठीक है, सॉल्ट हम खाते हैं रोज, बट वो हमें हमारे प्लांट्स को कैसे स्ट्रेस दे रहा है वो हम यहाँ पे समझेंगे. दूसरा इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर इज हीट, दैट यू ऑल नो. ओके, सो कैसे हीट एंड सॉल्ट, हमारी जो धान है, हमारा राइस, हम तो राइस बाउल ऑफ इंडिया में बैठे हैं इस समय छत्तीसगढ़. सो ये कैसे इम्पैक्ट करता है वो हम आज थोड़ा एक स्टडी करेंगे. सो मूविंग टू माय नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. A very basic description of how there is a global impact of salt. Left side there is a map of global impact, and right side there is a map of India. So you can very clearly see how much land is affected with the salt. And I have took the reference from 2020 data. So you can see the most of the around 90% of the land, 90% land, आप global level पे समझिए, affected है इस salt stress से. 90%. Okay. Next, another important stress, और एक बहुत ही important मुद्दा, heat, ताप. सिर्फ ताप ही नहीं, कूल भी एक स्ट्रेस होता है, चिलिंग भी एक स्ट्रेस होता है, लेकिन मैं यहाँ पे हाई टेम्परेचर स्ट्रेस के बारे में बात करना चाहती हूँ. So for heat, again, there is a global map you can see on the left hand side and the right hand side. So we are quite hit with the heat waves, and we see, the changes. Now, my next slide would be on the rise, how heat, giving this a little introduction about heat and salt, I'll be moving to the next part. Rice हम लोग सब खाते हैं. So इतना तो पता ही होगा, जब हम कहीं जाते हैं किसी लैंड में देखते हैं, so जो हमारे farmers हैं, जो हमारे को economy दे रहे हैं, there is a boosters for us, वो almost below your knees, वो भरे हुए पानी में रह के काम करते हैं, right? In our lab, we are doing some experiments. हम जब experiment lab में start करते हैं, so we look for the seeds, right? So there are two approaches. Scientific approach, I can ask my student, go and buy the seeds. Or there's one technical way that we'll ask some central organization to give us the seeds. So there is some memorandum of understanding, there is MTA agreement. ये मैं थोड़ा सा क्यों बताना चाहती हूँ. हम जब किसी grocery store से seeds purchase करते हैं, and when we set for germination, there is a yield loss, there is no 100% germination result. But if I usually ask for rice from Katek, CRRI Institute, then there is a good germination. So that means they would have maintained a good data. Whatever I've talked just right now, CRRI, in my later talk, try to keep this thing in your mind, how I'm going to connect the availability of the seed with the indigenous knowledge system. Just keep this thought in your mind. Okay. So the first problem is that we are not getting the healthy seeds. So how can I do my research? Second thing which I learned from my some part of research is, या तो मुझे राइस ऐसा मिलता है जो कि हीट टॉलरेंट है. I mean, I get the rice which is either heat tolerant, or I get the rice seed which is salinity tolerant. But लेकिन अगर हमें नेचर को मिमिक करना है, so all the stresses exist all together, isn't it? मैं सॉल्ट और उसको अलग नहीं कर सकती हूँ, हीट को. So I have to give to my farmers a seed which is able to grow in all this climate change environment. So I have no seeds. Even I'm talking about, you go to the database of any central facility, which I mean, say the seed bank, even the NBPGR, where I've done my PhD, we are not getting the seeds. So this is very, very important thing and very challenging for the scientists to, promote the research. Okay, this is one of the experiment. जिनको salt के बारे में नहीं पता है, salt basic component sodium and chloride. Okay, so there are 2 ions in it. कमाल की बात ये है, सोडियम आयन का अपना इम्पैक्ट होता है, क्लोराइड आयन का अपना इम्पैक्ट होता है, क्योंकि वो पॉजिटिव है और वो नेगेटिव है. So there are separate research for sodium and separate research for chloride and a combined research of sodium chloride stress. 200 मिलीमोलर पे वो प्लांट मर गया है और हमारे यहाँ पे 250, 300, 450 मिलीमोलर तक सॉल्ट स्ट्रेस है. Rice, the third largest agriculture commodity. Okay, we are the second largest producer of rice after China, followed by Bangladesh or say Indonesia. So look what the situation. Where is the situation we are? We have seeds, but tolerant to heat or salinity. So how to get sustainability into picture? From here, I'll connect to the theme, which was the Indian knowledge system. Okay, a diagram. On right hand side, there is something in red highlights, which is something we want, we are missing. Green are the indigenous knowledge system which I can apply. So right says, I have already told you, I have in my lab heat tolerant varieties. Okay, anyone can come. I have in my lab salt tolerant varieties. I don't have heat and salinity tolerant varieties. At least they should be responsive. At least. फार्मर को तो सब कुछ चाहिए ना भाई. उसको क्या पता क्या है कि उसको तो चाहिए कि मैं अगर पानी में इतना भीग रहा हूँ, मैं ट्रांसप्लांट कर रहा हूँ, मेरे को दोनों सिचुएशन चाहिए. प्लांट ग्रोथ चैम्बर में हम भी रिसर्च करते हैं, हीट दे रहे हैं, सैलिनिटी दे रहे हैं. किसान को तो समझाना है ना कि भाई देखो ऐसा करो. तो हमें चाहिए, वहीं पे रोल आता है इंडिजिनस नॉलेज सिस्टम का. त्रिपाठी मैम, वी आर इन द लैंड इन अमरकंटक, जहाँ पे बहुत ट्राइबल्स हैं. सो मेरी तो आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, इफ आई गेट टाइम सम टाइम कम बैक एंड त्रिपाठी सर से भी, दैट आई कैन टॉक विद दोज पीपल इफ दे आर कंजर्विंग सम सीड्स ऑफ राइस with their traditional practices. See, they might not be knowing that they are tolerant to this heat and salinity, but they might be reluctant to give. So there comes the problem, which I have written the highlight point, community program oblique awareness. हमें किसान के दिल तक पहुंचना है कि हम तुमको कुछ हार्म नहीं कर रहे हैं. We'll take your seed, we'll multiply, we'll identify, we'll give you good things. So there we have to reach. There comes the role of indigenous knowledge system. Then the people who are from the plant background, there is a PPVFRA Act passed by the Indian Parliament, that is Plant Protection Farmer Variety Right Act. That means अगर मैं किसी किसान से कोई variety ले रही हूँ, so मैडम 25 points होते हैं उस act में, we have to pass that. So I am going to assure my farmer friend that I'm not going to misuse, I'm not doing this for commercialization or trading. I really want to develop some variety which is tolerant to heat and salinity, which is actually challenging in this current environment. So there we need to communicate. How? So I suggest start teaching our farmer friends in our class. Develop multilinguistic skill. You should be able to speak in all languages. So awareness unko chahiye, hame to hai, un tak pahunchni hai. Yes, I have mentioned taken care of PPVFRA. So मैं ये बोल सकती हूँ कि हमारे लिए राइस इंपॉर्टेंट है, स्टेपल डाइट है. हमें नहीं पता है कि वो किस सिचुएशन से डील कर रहा है, बट एज अ साइंटिस्ट आई न्यू इट एंड आई रियली वांट दैट वैरायटी टू कम इनटू एक्शन. देयर इज नो रिपोर्टेड वैरायटी ऑफ हीट एंड salt tolerant that I can assure. There is no such variety. I have got the data from CRI, I have got the data from IRI, I have got the data from NBPGR, which is National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, PUSA, where I've done my PhD. The seed bank is having many varieties, germplasm. So they might be hidden somewhere. I need to find out. And this, I'm telling you, global picture. So what's the roadmap of this, my talk? I would say that on right hand side, funding agencies. We need fund. Sometimes, youth, we have very less publications. We don't have career break. We have so many things. So we might not hit so much into big pictures, but the proposal would be good. So I need the funds for that, which we are not getting. Then there should be a skill development program, even for us who are literate and even for the illiterate one, and how to apply the skill and the technologies to do such things. Then the stakeholders, you, people, student, family, the universities, all stakeholders should come into action to deal with such kind of problems. Of course, then when all these things will come into action, ma'am, and my panel members, adaptations and mitigation strategies can effectively come into action. Otherwise, it will just end up with some kind of booklet of some kind of proceedings. So that should not happen. So I'll take my two last slides. Acknowledgement. Dr. Sanjay Kharat, he's the principal of our college. Dr. Vinay Kumar, Head Department of Biotechnology. They're being boost up this, Monica. You have to go this time, take out, manage your family, come, and you have to be a part of it. So I can make out. The third one is actually should be the toppest one, Professor and Head Bhuminath Tripathi. He was my PhD guide, always being a constant and supporting pillar for my entire research life. Yes, our college is funded by DBT Builder, DST FIS, DBT Star College Scheme. We have the NAC A+ grade, so that all makes possible for me to come here. The last slide, I'll take the last minute. I'm a kind of person who likes to add shairi to all my themes. So I'll put a quote at the end. So please bear me and try to connect with the theme. रुतबा तो खामोशियों का होता है. रुतबा तो खामोशियों का होता है. अल्फाज का क्या? वो तो बदल जाते हैं अक्सर हालात देखकर. So, what is खामोशियां over here? What is खामोशियां? Indigenous knowledge system. रुतबा तो उनका है, वो खामोश हैं, वो अपने आराम से रह रहे हैं. हमें एक्सप्लॉइट करना, हमें एक्सप्लोर करना है फॉर अस. और अल्फाज जो मैं बोल रही हूँ यहाँ नहीं ठहरना चाहिए, right? It should spread. It should spread worldwide in a positive manner, not just to make some points that I've attended some conference or like that, to do effectively a good research. Thank you. Namaste.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Monica, for your kind words of wisdom on our staple food. Now, I'm inviting our last speaker, though she is not last in the sense, she is going to convey a very powerful message. She is representing both academia as well as Y20. She will be talking about the government initiatives on this climate change. She is basically secretary media at Y20 now, and she is also assistant professor at Zakir Hussain College, Delhi. She is a graduate from Delhi University and currently pursuing her PhD from JNU. So I invite Miss Valentina. Please come on.
Good morning to one and all. First of all, I would like to say that I'm delighted that at an international forum like Y20, we are having a topic called Indian Knowledge System for Sustainable Future. And I'm delighted as an Indian because we are discussing about the knowledge system that has been prevalent in India for decades and centuries, which are centuries old, right? So obviously we have our international friends here also with us. So if we're talking about Indian knowledge system, so obviously they will have to gain something from this knowledge system as well, so that they can, get something valuable here and maybe something that they can share in their own country or in their own region. So I hope that whatever discussions or deliberations we are having right now, or whatever we had deliberations we had yesterday, was something helpful to you guys as well, because that is what Vasudeva Kutumbakam means. That we take some valuable input from you guys and you take some valuable or positive input from us. Right? And moving on, I would also like to address some things here my fellow panelists, learned fellow panelists like Varun sir and Tripathi ma'am, they mentioned about this indigenous practices and tribal cultures. Well, as a scholar, because as a scholar, we are there to question things, we are there to criticize and sometimes defy some theories also. So I have a different worldview about the term, about the definitions and terminologies that we use as indigenous or tribal. But fortunately or unfortunately, it is not for this dais. So, respecting this dais, if we were to have this conversation later, we can have a discussion about it later on. But right now, I am going to talk about how Indian knowledge system can help us to have a sustainable future. So I am basically from Assam. Assam is a state in the northeast of India, right? So, as mentioned already by my fellow panelists, that there are certain practices, certain traditions that we have in our communities, in our cultures, right? And those practices are actually in sync with some of the scientific knowledge that are present today. And these people, our ancestors, they might not have known it at that time, but it has been proven now that they are actually science based. They are scientific based. So one of the things that it's not a practice, but it is something that is relatable to a sustainable future, I suppose, because we have these loofah that we use to take baths. Okay. So usually it is made of plastics and biopolymers, right? But in India, in where I come from, those loofahs are made from bottle guards. Okay, the bottle guards are dried for like 15 days to 1 month, and then it's broken, and then you get this natural loofahs. And nowadays it's a trend because these practices are reaching worldwide now. Okay, so people are opting sustainable options. People are going for products that are nature based, plant based, all these things. Now it is becoming a trend. But those people, our ancestors, might not know that it's a trend, right? Because they come from a place where they might not have so much of awareness, because they are not connected so much with the rest of the world, that they feel or they would know that, oh, this is something that could be commercialized, or this is something that could help other communities, or the larger goal that we are discussing here, because it is for them, right? They are practicing for their own community or their own family, or their own, like for them as an individual, for themselves. So I think these platforms are very important to discuss such practices, so that maybe it could go to industries, maybe it could get commercialized, and we can start having these products and practices on a larger scale and on a global scale, right? So, moving on, I would talk about the value based system that is present in our Indian philosophy, right? In our Indian philosophy, everything is connected to a value. For example, Varun sir also mentioned that all the river bodies, they are worshipped. All the water bodies, they are either called Narmada Ma, Ganga Ma. So we have denoted our water bodies to a life form, right? Similarly, in Northeast, we have sacred groves. Sacred groves are places where there are forest areas which are considered very sacred. So when I was a child, I would be told that if you enter a sacred forest, you will be punished by Mother Nature. And this rumor was told because nobody would go in and harm those forest areas, because of, as we have already discussed before, that human greed is so much that they can destroy anything to fulfill their own needs. So these kind of rumors were told to us as a child. So secret groves are basically forest areas in which you are not allowed to take. You can enter, you can go to those forests, you can use their resources, but you're not allowed to take anything or any fruits or flowers outside of those forests. When you go inside, if you want to have a fruit, you eat that fruit there itself, and you leave all its seeds, all everything, the rest of this stuff in the forest itself. And that is how the life of the forest, it goes on. So this is because we have attached a value to this, right? We have attached values to trees, we have attached values to plants. And this is the reason why scientist Jagdish Chandra Bose would have thought that plants have existence of life as well, and he proved it. He proved it to the entire world that even plants have lives because it came from his traditional belief system. It came from a knowledge that was already prevalent in his, maybe in his ancestors must have told him. This is a belief that that he would have also been told or scolded by his parents when he was a child, like we were scolded as parents when we were a child, that you are not supposed to pluck flowers or you are not supposed to break any branches of the trees after sunset because it will cause them an emotional stress. And now we know that plants go through an emotional stress. Okay, we might not have known it when Jagdish Chandra Bose were doing the experiments, but today it is a common knowledge that plants also go through a stress when we pluck those flowers or we break their branches, right? So, moving ahead, taking this value-based system, I would also be talking about a very recent and great initiative by Government of India, that is Mission Life, Lifestyle for Environment. Now, lifestyle for environment are very simple, small practices, that we can do on our day-to-day life. And in India, we have been doing, I think most of us have been doing these things as a child. But now it has become a mission because I think when any campaign goes into a mission mode, it becomes like a mass movement. And that's what Mission Life is trying to do. It is a mass movement to create a consciousness for environment, right? So this Mission Life have 7 themes. Now I would correlate how the 7 themes are related to our traditional knowledge system, Indian knowledge system, and how it is related to our contemporary times as well, right? So the success of Mission Life relies on this deep-rooted Indian knowledge system, which offers invaluable insights and wisdom for achieving sustainability. India has a rich heritage of knowledge, and it is passed on through generations. So these 7 themes, which are under this mission, this Mission Life campaign, are: first is save energy. Right. So save energy means conservation of energy. We all know that we have to conserve the energy right now. We are all moving towards renewable energies. We are all moving towards solar energy, water energy, all the renewable energies. Right. So as earlier in ancient India, we used to have ancient architectures where the houses were built with huge windows or huge doors to allow ventilation and allow sunlight. Okay, the huge mahals you see, or even the small villages. In villages, we have the small huts. Even those were made in a according to their geography or the place where they are staying, right? And the kind of environmental conditions that they're staying, whether it's windy, whether it's rainy. Some of the regions in India they have large part of rains, and some of the regions in India they have a little bit of dry conditions, like the western part, or places that are nearer to the equator. So they have these architectures according to the environmental conditions, the geography they are staying, the topography they are staying in. But overall, the architecture was based on the use of sunlight as much as they can. So similarly, now we have also shifted to architectures that can allow us more sunlight. Like right now, also, if you see the buildings that we are making today, especially because I stay in Delhi right now. So in Delhi now, whatever buildings are making, they are making this huge glass doors. The windows they are not making the small windows anymore. They are making big windows that have glass doors, right? So as to allow the sunlight to enter, so that we consume less energy. And now we have solar panels to use solar energy to consume solar energy and convert it to electricity, right? So that is how we are uh, revisiting our past and trying to create a better future. So similarly, we have small practices that are mentioned by this initiative are like turning and switching off the lights. Okay, now this is something very basic. This is something that I have been told as a child. When I used to go to school, this is something our teachers would be telling us. When you go out of the room, switch off the fans. When you go out of the room, switch off the lights because you have to conserve the energy. So it's such a small steps. Like it's such a small thing, such a small step, such a simple process that we have to follow to conserve the energy. And we have in India, we are being told about this continuously by our elders, by our teachers, right, by our parents. So these are the small steps that are mentioned here. For example, if we are conducting such a huge program, so when we leave this auditorium, obviously all the equipments, all the lights here should be turned off. The ECs we are using should be turned off, right? So similarly, there is another theme here which is save water. So water is something that Varun sir have already talked about, right? How we attach water, which is the elixir of life, to a life form. We value it as a life form, right? So if we value it, we give it a sense of respect. So we consume it less, right? The wastage is less, right? So for example, this dais is made up of wood, right? It is a non-living thing. But when we attach a value of it, we go back to the tree that has been cut down to make this dais. So it will create a sense of respect for this dais. It will create a sense of respect for this stage. So that is why it seemed important, and it is important that if we are to see a sustainable future, we have to attach these values to everything, right? So there are different mechanisms, there were different initiatives taken by government to save water as well. Now, rainwater harvesting is a technique that has been going on ever since to conserve water and to save our groundwater, because we are left with very less groundwater. And the figures and statistics and the reasons, everything has been covered by Varun sir, thanks to him. That we can go to our next theme is say no to single plastic use. Now we know that plastic is harmful for our environment, they are non biodegradable. Okay, so we have to take simple steps only to use as less as single use plastic. But uh, the organizers have done a very great job organizing this entire 2 day Y20 events. But I would still complain about the use of the plastic bottles in our dinners and in our diet stage as well, right? Because I have been to programs who try to make eco-friendly and sustainable programs. I think we should move towards this concept of sustainable programs, right? Where we use glass bottles or steel bottles, or we have those flasks, right? We can put that flask on the dais, we can put those flasks on these fireside chat tables, and we can give water bottles also. Like I attended this program where all the participants were given a water bottle. In another program, they experimented with a water bottle made of a clay, मिट्टी के जो बर्तन होते हैं, earthen pots. So water bottles made of that. So these are some innovative ideas that they are experimenting. So maybe we should, if we start talking about sustainable programs, then we will think about those innovative ideas, how we can make it more and more sustainable, how we can use less and less of a plastic. Maybe instead of plastic folders, we can use paper folders. Maybe instead of water bottles made of plastics, we can use flask made of glass or flask made of uh, steel or copper. So such things are simple steps, small steps, but we can adopt everywhere in India, outside India, anywhere we conduct these programs, right? Similarly, then we move on to another theme, which is adopting sustainable food systems. Sustainable food systems are, of course, now we are moving towards organic foods, right? Now we look for organic, original, when in Delhi and near Delhi, there is a lot of consumption of milk. So there are a lot of fabricated, fake, false milk prevalent in those areas. So those milk, now we go for authentic. Is this the real milk? Is this original milk? Is this original cottage cheese that we're getting out of it? You know, is there the honey that we are consuming, is it 100% organic or not? Right? Nowadays, we get labels 100% organic, 100% vegan, 100% animal free product, right? So, obviously, there is a growing consciousness towards this field, and we need to adopt more and more ways to adopt sustainable food systems, right? And also to reduce wastage. So there is another very important. theme under Mission Life, that is reducing the waste products. So reducing the wastage of food, reducing the wastage of water, right? Reducing waste materials as much as possible. So I was going through these advertisement days that was going on. It was about a biodegradable sanitary pad that is made in India from banana trees. It's called Sati. So when I was going through it, they told the entire process that how they make sanitary pads from banana trees, and the water that is released from those fibers that could be also be used as fertilizers, right? So those water can also be used as fertilizers. So everything, every product is being used in one way or another, and that is how we reduce our waste. Many of our villages earlier in India were zero waste villages. Okay, they used to not have, if there were any waste material from our food, it used to be composted, right? And it used to be composted and converted into a manure. So there was some or another significant significance attached to the products or byproducts that were being uh, that was being produced as a waste. So it was not a waste, but it was being used as a substrate for converting into another product, right? So we have to again go back and see what are the other ways or techniques we can use to reduce these waste. Then we have another two more themes. One is adopting a healthy lifestyle, and another word is reducing the e-waste. So we know how they say that we should reduce e-waste, because e-waste is something that came in the 21st century, and it is something that a lot of people are right now, uh, I would say most of our elders would not know about, and they don't know how to, because they don't know how to process this e-waste. They don't know if there are any mechanisms. If they don't know if there are any industries or companies that are doing it. So as a youth, as we have the responsibility to reduce this e-waste as much as possible, right? To not use as many gadgets as possible. Of course, as Renu ma'am has said, that somewhere on down the line, we ourselves are responsible for so much of consumption of this electronic products that we create most of the carbon footprints and we create most of the e-waste. But we have to be conscious about it. We have to think about the future generation as well, because we have this responsibility with us, right? And then moving to the last one, adopting a healthy lifestyle. We all know that after this pandemic, everybody have understood that yoga and meditation is very, very, very important. Like it is something that not only benefits our physical health, but also our mental and spiritual health, right? So this is something that has been prevalent in India, and now it is being adopted all over the world internationally. So now we have understood, and now everybody have accepted the importance of yoga, the importance of a healthy mind, body, and soul. Right. So we have to adopt these lifestyles in our day to day life in order to bring a sustainable future for the generations that are to come. We are already way behind. Okay. And of course, I have to say that we have to be critical of ourselves, right? We cannot just sit and wait for another problem to crop up to think of the solutions, right? And I have to say, or I believe, and you might also believe what I'm saying, that our traditional systems or Indian knowledge system has never been the problem solving kind of, has never had this problem solving kind of attitude, because it was value based. So it never had that. It never waited for any problem to come. It was just that we have to coexist together, so there should not be any problem in the future. So we are not waiting for any problems to occur. So that should be our approach. We should not be waiting for another problem to come up. We just have to think about coexistence right now at this place and work towards that goal. Yeah. So I'm just concluding. This was the entire speech that I had prepared for the day, and right now I'm concluding with just one point, that mission life is also like divided into three phases, that is change in demand, change in supply, and change in policy. The change in demand will obviously come if we ourselves change the way we are living as an individual. So if we adopt the simple steps as the individual, then there will be the change in demand. If we And this will result in the change in supply, as I have stated before. If we are demanding 100% organic honey, if we are demanding organic farming, then there will be community based movement where the industries and the corporates would also look forward towards producing kind of products that are in sync with the demand, that is organic farming or organic products, right? So it starts with the demand, then it moves to the supply, and then a policy like this comes. Indian knowledge system as a policy has come very later in India itself. So you shouldn't be that late in your in your phase. So create that policy right now by creating that supply today. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Valentina. She's speaking all the government initiatives, so she has a long list. Sorry, we have to cut it due to paucity of time. So let me summarize this session. This session was all about Indian knowledge system, but somehow we have covered many aspects, and which aspects, finance and economics aspects, was little discussed today. As we know, that all the problems arises from the debate when we start productivity versus like sustainability. So there is a economic angle. So now what we are teaching to our student in mainstream education, either business, economics, finance, we are teaching about the productivity, and we are teaching about the GDP growth. GDP growth is at risk all the time. If there is a no, and one interesting part about GDP is the 70% of GDP is consumed by 17% the population. The on developed economies, they consume almost 70% of GDP. So where the sustainability teaching should start, we should think about it. Even last year, 2020, America alone sold $153 billion worth of weapons for the, that is a transaction is government to government. We are not talking about the private uh, manufacturers supplying to the different channels. And to me, the current discourse on sustainable finance or is ESG is totally incomplete, because animals are also important part of our environment, but compassion to animal is completely absent in our financial equations. Only wealth maximization is the core. So I will just refer three references which clearly important for the economics and finance student. In our ancient texts, especially if you look at the Rig Veda, Vajseni, Madhyamik Sanhita, they talk about three principles like righteous way of earning. This completely disappear from our textbook. The second important message was from our Atharveda, there where they talk about apamitya, means loan without interest, vradhi, loan with reasonable interest, and kushit, loan with exorbitant rate of interest. And they have mentioned that we should avoid kushit and apamit, and some circumstances apamit and vradhi should be used. So now, the third principle, which was profoundly discussed in Sukraniti Sar and Kautilya Arthasastra, was the principle of fair pricing. You will astonish to know that in Sukraniti Sar, Acharya says that you should not charge profit more than 10%. If you are importing goods, you should charge 25%. So those are the principles, those are the discourses on economics and finance has completely disappeared in our curriculum today. So if we have to incorporate Indic knowledge system, just creating a new subject on Indic knowledge system will not have any impact. Just few students will study that system and it will remain with them. If we start those Indic knowledge system in mainstream courses, like what where the economics is there, we should teach the quarterly economics. Where there is a need for finance, we should teach all those finance theory. We have money banking finance theory, and the separate books are there in our Indic knowledge system, but nobody is teaching. But unfortunately, in India, Islamic finance has become a part of the curriculum. Many universities, and when you are teaching corporate finance, all of a sudden Islamic finance will appear as a chapter. Even the CA Institute has included Islamic finance as a chapter in corporate finance. So my idea is, when you have to like think about Indic knowledge system, the knowledge system should go to the mainstream subject. Then only it will help us to preserve our Indic knowledge. So once again, I thank you all these today's speaker, like Professor Varun. He talked about like his subtle message was we need to do more about water resources. And as you know, Dr. Renu Pandey, she has also given very subtle message for the common people. I think behavior drive action. So I picked up his message. And our third speaker, Snigdha, basically was talking about traditional wisdom. And I like her one message. We need to do more to clean, to keep our river clean. So this is the one of the subtle messages I got from her. And now we know Dr. Monica raised concern about deteriorating condition of our paddy crops. And you know, rice is our staple food. Not only us, it's the entire world has the rice as a staple food. And we need to do more. What I can understand is in non-technical terms, and of course, Valentina has summarized everything, all the government initiative and the objective of Y20. So I hope that we have a very good session today. And thank you so much for this opportunity. Now open for the question answer.
While king of that residency was cutting khejdi trees. Khejdi is the state tree of Rajasthan. They sacrificed their head for saving all the khejdi tree in the village and told a slogan, कहे अमृता आन सुनो निज धर्म की मान सिर साटे रूख रहे तो भी सस्तो जान. If we have opportunity to sacrifice our heads for saving our trees and nature, this is less valuable than the trees. This is the philosophy of saving our environment and for a sustainable way of life. Thank you. Thank you for
Wonderful talk. So I open the panel for questions.
My question is for Monica Jama. You mentioned that there's limits when they need to grow expectants, they go either to the market or to the seed bank and get seeds, right? So, but for the farmers, quite often the only way to go and get seeds is to talk about their company. And in India, there are basically three big biotech companies that provide seeds to farmers. And quite often these seeds, they come with patented technologies, with limited use, and they cannot be kept for the next growing seasons. There are examples already from the States where farmers were being screwed. Like, for example, the case of Monsanto versus Schweizer, where he kept canola seeds for the next growing season, and this created a huge conflict, not only in the States, but also around the world. So, like, how would that impact the life of the small farmers when these new technologies overcome the traditional?
Okay, anyone can come.
Can we talk about a way to prevent this monopolization of the seed market?
Thank you, Mr. Pavel. I have been living with him in the holiday homes, so we have a nice company. So, Pavel, your question is that is farmers are at risk that if they will give their seeds? Your question was like that. Um, I should say farmers would never be at risk. First of all, farmers are they have their own indigenous way to conserve the seeds. One example I can give that I have been to they have been to Pusa Mela in New Delhi. It's a big Krishi Mela, happens every annual event. Uh, what is the theme of that Mela is something of gathering of people. Pavel, I'll speak English for you. So there farmers are being invited that in a way that just show us what varieties of seeds you are conserving and how you are conserving. So there happens to be one case, a farmer came from Odisha, was carrying around 30 varieties of seeds of different textures and colors and kernel size, everything was different. So it makes me like into an interest that and he didn't mention, what are the seeds or what are the varieties name. It was of rice, but of course. Then I asked that, could you please provide us for my lab? So, just kind of that gossip. Then he said, no, I won't. So I said, why? So the one thing was, yes, that marketing and business things. So sometime the company people came into action that, hame, give us seeds, we'll multiply, we'll give your name, we'll give some patenting and all kind of things. They forget about that PPVFRA Act. So to avoid to put farmers seed risk, there is a lack of awareness. We must tell farmers, we must convince them, we must run some awareness program, we must do through some kind of communication kind of thing, some communication channels. We should give some case studies. No, this is not the case. There are many reputed companies which coexist, which value your indigenous way of preserving seeds. So that would be my answer for that. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you, Satoshi, for that question. It all boils down to your ways of living. Japan primarily is, I would say, uh, a population that heavily relies on food from the sea, heavily relied on fishes, heavily relying on meat for consumption and sustenance. India, however, because of the large, I would say, agreeable area, our meat consumption is limited. That's why you could see that the fauna here in India is partially untouched, except for the fact of, let's say, your traditional, meat eating habits of chicken, probably lamb, etc. So that is the reason that India probably relies more on plant-based diet compared to animal-based diet, and that is the reason India is probably in that direction. A suggestion for the Japanese community would be to probably take and not destroy. So similar, I've been reading about, fishing practices where they only take fishes out after they have achieved a certain age. If the fish is very small, they probably release them back in the waters. So that kind of a sustainable practice that allows you to also make sure that the food is available for your next week of hunt is probably something that would be a good takeaway for populations and societies that have different ways of eating. No way is right, no way is wrong. Depending on where you come from, food habits develop accordingly. So that is probably one of the key takeaways, that probably start using food in a sustainable way, minimize waste, eat only and probably take only what you need. There's no need to store your whole fridge for months end when you're only going to be at the house for 2 days and you're traveling internationally. So that'll be my answer, and I hope that answers.
I would like to give two examples here from India. One is from the state of Arunachal and one is from the state of Himachal. So both of these regions are near Himalayan region, right? So they are hilly areas. So most of their consumption is meat based. Okay. So in Arunachal Pradesh there is an animal called Mithun. Mithun is Taurus, like the Taurus sign. So it is called Mithun. Mithun is it's a bull, I suppose, but it's a huge bull. So they also coexist with Mithun. They rear Mithun. They also like leave Mithun to graze the fields during summers when there are grasses. So they will leave them on the hills and then they will come back down, and they also consume it because in hilly areas it is difficult to grow. Agriculture is a bit difficult and there are not much options in terms of vegetables, right? They have there some vegetables. They usually eat. They have a culture of eating boiled vegetables, just like similar culture of, I think, in Japan. But they mostly consume meat and they consume mithun, but they rear it, they preserve it also. They know that this is something that they are found in their area, and if their option gets depleted, then they will not be having any other option to consume meat, because chicken, you cannot rear chicken in Arunachal in the hilly areas, right? So they consume mithun and they rear mithun. In Himachal, in near the hilly areas, when there are temperatures below 100 degrees Celsius, what they do is they have sheep, mutton, basically all those items. They um, cut it, they store the raw form outside their houses, right? Because the temperature is equivalent to the temperature of the fridge, below 0 degrees Celsius, right? Minus 10, something like -5, -10. So they store it, that raw meat, outside their houses, and then they will come out, cut a little bit of piece of it that is required for the consumption of their family. They will go back inside, cook that meal and eat it, and that is how they will survive for the next 2 or 3 months. That is going to be there in below 0 degrees Celsius, because they cannot go outside, they cannot have agriculture because it's all snow. There is a lot of snow, so they cannot have vegetable based food products, right? So they usually rely on the meat. So that is how they do it.
So, thank you. That's a great question. That was another topic that I was thinking I can create my presentation on, but then last minute switches, right? So, carbon, I would say remediation is also one of the bigger themes that are coming up in climate change solutioning. A lot of people are now relying on, I would say, synthetic biology. So, synbio is a very up and coming field. And what are they trying to do is they're trying to rear microbes that can sequester carbon from the environment and create it into a form that can be stored. People are also sequestering carbon from the environment, you know, turning them into dry ice. If you know what dry ice is, it's solid carbon. So they're turning it into dry ice and basically submerging it into the ocean beds, and because the water pressure in the deep ocean is so much that that ice will not be able to sublimate and turn into either gas or liquid. So there are ways people are trying. And I've heard, another statistics is that to minimize the rise in temperatures by, let's say, 1 to 2 degrees in next 10 years, we need to probably sequester around 10 billion metric tons of carbon from the environment. That's a huge ask. That's why afforestation and relying on microbes, because microbes divide and multiply very, very fast. So if you want a plant to sequester the same type of carbon and you compare it with a microbe, can be algal, can be fungal, can be diatomaceous. But if you try to sequester the carbon from microbes, it will be much faster and much more efficient. So bioprocessing, culture of microbes is probably one of the good ways of sequestering carbon from the environment.
Yeah, hi. Good question. I have given a talk on rice, right? This is the another major problem with rice. Rice is grown in that submerged area. So 10% of the methane is, produced when rice is submerged into it. So there is the another dimension that we are trying to find through indigenous knowledge system some microbes, methane solubilizing bacteria to be very precise, which can reduce that methane generation when the rice is in that water, because rice we cannot grow without flood in some cases. So that is the another dimension. So that is the another alarming signal that rice is a staple food. It has to grow in the flood conditions. But what about that so-called carbon, so-called methane, greenhouse emissions? That is the another agenda we are dealing with. So we are again trying to identify from some kind of visits, some kind of field visits. Can we have some? Hello? S- Hello? So we are trying to identify the consortium of microbes. What is consortium? Suppose 10 set of microbes, 10 sets of methane solubilizing bacteria. If we can put into the rice field, which can decrease this greenhouse gas emission, and we can have again a good rice yield. So this is the another emission. Thank you. Yeah. So a good question again. Every every technology is, you know. So and of course the risk. Okay, hello. So yes, every technology has its own advantages and disadvantages. We as a scientist, when we try to identify some microbes, we do keep in mind, that if, because they're kind of biostimulants, right? So one competition begin I am putting some external microbe consortia to the pre-existing microbes, isn't it? So one competition come over there. So I have to deal with that thing also. So the way you're telling that it might, hamper, we do consider that before. That is what is the main, the risk factor when we bring the technology from lab to field. Again, we have to keep on working. We have to identify कि कितना कितना हम कम से कम अफेक्ट कर सकते हैं क्रॉप को, या जो आपका मुद्दा है कि हमारे कार्बन को, सो हम उसको ध्यान में रखते हैं. ऐसा नहीं है, वी डू कीप इन माइंड. वी टेक द कंसल्टेंट फ्रॉम द माइक्रोबायोलॉजिस्ट, वी टेक द कंसल्टेंट फ्रॉम पैथोलॉजिस्ट, वी टेक द कंसल्टेंट फ्रॉम एग्रोनॉमिस्ट कि हम ऐसा कुछ करना चाह रहे हैं कि ये पॉसिबल है या नहीं. सो इट टेक्स years, I should say. It cannot be done like कि हमने कोई माइक्रोब लिया और पहली बात तो मिलता ही नहीं है. So if I am not wrong, your question is that if suppose today I am conserving some seed, how will it respond after say 30 years, right? That is your question? Good question. So, okay, here we need some botany angle, okay? There are types of seeds. Some kind very tough shells, some are very soft to work with, like we have watermelon seeds, which are easy to work with. We have, on the contrary, we have cowpea seeds. Cowpea तो हम महाराष्ट्र में बहुत खाते हैं, बहुत न्यूट्रिशन दिया था कोविड में उसने हमें. चौल उसको बोलते हैं, मिलेट्स की कैटेगरी में आता है वो. सो कैसा है, it is like कि and I appreciate that name, whatever you told from that Maharashtra. So of course it is again a technology. So मैं आज अगर एक सीड कंजर्व करती हूँ और 30 years बाद उसको, so there is some kind of, okay, so when we conserve something live, what do you think we are conserving it? What we are stopping in it? We are stopping some kind of metabolic activities. So we will stop it to an extent कि as and when it is required, it should germinate in that way only, the way it was before conservation. Like we do in plant tissue culture practices. There is called in vitro selection. So we preserve the seeds at 4 degrees centigrade for say 7 days. And if I'll, we encapsulate the seed. हम एक seed के बाहर एक shell बनाते हैं. Tissue culture practices बोलते हैं उसको. हम एक shell बनाते हैं उसमें और उसमें seeds को conserve करते हैं. So that shell can be again from alginate, which is again the indigenous system. Alginate has a natural resource. Seed लिया, seed को cover बनाया. That is the way मैंने conserve किया. लेकिन for how many days? So there are certain rules and regulations कि if I am coating a seed with some X things, after how many days or years the seed will be in the viable state. I have noticed that the seeds which I have purchased, otherwise again from the Katek, I could not work for 1 year. The seeds become dormant. Again, I have to replicate. Again, I have to, grow for 110 days, the reproductive cycle of the rice. So this is again the challenge. Yes, Honorable Prime Minister of India, he is, looking for this mass extinction. Anything, anytime can happen. So people are conserving their seeds. That is what I mentioned in my talk. That indigenous tribal people, how I would really wonder how do they conserve the seeds without any advanced technologies, and they are passing that knowledge from generation to generation. लो भाई है replicate करो viable है I assure you without any technology. So this is where again there is a lack of communication. So I think again a whole effort of technology of the experiential people, whether literate or whether illiterate, that does matters. So we need to know some technologies. You need to know what kind of seed you're protecting, at what stage you're protecting. You have to plan your experiment. Suppose you have to plan your experiment for stress. So at what time you should take, you have to take out your seed. You have to be a good, in that case, experimental setup. Okay. Thank you. I hope I could able to answer your question. Yeah. Yes, my wish basically is that every company has adapting to practice, but like how can we make sure that their rights are avoided? How can we make sure that they are included in discussion? So basically, how can we tap even people knowledge, preserve and strengthen their practices without denying and violating their rights or disturbing their life? So we say all about training about as follows for that.
Thank you for your question. As you asked that how we can make sure that their rights are preserved and their culture practices can be demonstrated among the society. See, here in India, we have just now we implemented a new education policy. Our education system, knowledge system is basically based on our traditional knowledge. We are like documenting, we are exploring, and we are trying to make best out of these knowledge system. So if we talk about indigenous people, the tribal people, they have very specific way of their life, their sustainable way of life. When we are talking making sustainability a way of life, we can learn from these indigenous people. See their practices, their culture, their tradition, we are seeing in our day to day life. See, we are connecting with them, and our government of India, we are documenting the activists, the people who have fought for the this independence war. So when we are exploring them, we are communicating with them. We are trying to make them believe that we are with them. They are not left aloof in their own private space. So we are coming forward. We are making these policies to connect with them. And we are teaching our new generation to learn about them also, and we are making them aware about their rights, and these all have been put forward in our policies also, in our constitution also. They have several rights, so we have made sure that their rights are preserved, protected, and they are well aware about it. So I hope I made it clear.
Thank you, sir. We have one last question from Mr. Sharma. Personally, I don't, I'm not ready to buy all those things. Corporate rules give some pleasure, prominence, sorry, saying, one is, you all know that we are talking about sustainable development, saving so many things, but saving for whom? Obviously for ourselves. So the contradiction is anthropocentric and biocentric ideas of sustainability. We are still more and more and more inclined towards anthropocentric. We are saving for us. We are not worried about. It's quite common that when we are in certain areas, for example, right now we all are here, so we try to be good to host. We talk to this host. Okay, fine, fine. That's all. So how you are going to manage this dichotomy, anthropocentric and biocentric ideas? Second, more precisely to you, you know the whole idea of sustainable development. It has two important components. One is environment and West. When you talk about West is almost still fascinated by the idea of 130s world living in a very pristine countryside areas. They still talk more about ecology. And when you see so many other nations, they talk about economy. So how we are going to balance these two things? And third point is when we talk about uh, tribal lifestyle, more broadly, I should say, local indigenous communities. We often tend to romanticize all those things. Ask students sitting over here, how many of them have a love for their, countryside homes? They all want to come and settle in urban areas. Huh? So it's we academician, we often exaggerate things that that is pristine, all that is countryside. It's not good. Not many people used to go and interact with those people, whether it is our opinion about their lifestyle or do they want to continue that lifestyle. So question is simple. What hope you offer? Being young, you all are young, and we are here to discuss certain things. So I again revert back to Christian. What hope you offer to young people, to upcoming generation? Thank you very much.
Uh, it's a brilliant question. I mean, I don't think I'm the right person to answer this, but when talking about sustainable development, it has been used and at the same time abused. So see the last 40 years phenomena, it has been used, certainly. Sustainable development, when we're talking about our common feature definition of intra and inter generation itself is a myth. So by definitional itself has some fault. I don't want to go into details for that. Now the question arises, what will the message? The first message will be to educate and aware. It's a big concern. See, I'm a man of field, I'm training by, I'm a computer scientist. but I'm field man, and I have roughly every month I go to field and I see people want to have a good water. I'll not talk into the like ecology and economics part you want to hear. I'll first emphasize something on the economics part and then I'll try to put something on ecology and then the that. So when it comes to availability of water, people are aware about they need water, but at the same time, they're not changing their consumption pattern and behavior. So behavior is the first to see. I'll put answer into a little different way. I was in Mumbai and we were doing a survey on open defecation, and then on the 2nd October of 2019, we're sitting at IIT Bombay of our like house, and then our discussion was the front headlines of Times of India was Maharashtra set to open defecation free state, and outside RC we see that still people practice open defecation. So similarly, when it comes to water issue, water is important, but in the rural area, still people are not aware about where to use and which kind of water is good and all. Now, what could the probable scenario, probable solutions? First, to educate people, to aware them. Now, then we can aware that is not a solution without alternative sources of water because they don't have alternative ability. And then what to do? Beggars are not the choosers, and they have this exact scenario of like the beggars. Since there is no alternative resources of good water quality available, then the role of technology comes. Technology might be a solution, but then as Monica has rightly pointed out, every technology has some ifs and buts on the positive side and on the negative sides. So let's talk about the heavy metal. So if technology is there, what to do is sludge. Sludge is a residue which is very bad, but how to treat residue? That's the big question. So my concern will there, yes. First point government should do with their different stakeholders engagement and then different channels to promote, educate and awareness. If we are going to promote awareness and educate them, trust me, two-thirds of the population is going to solve this kind of problem automatically. Uh, and then the other kind of intervention. So if I have to say two messages in a brief term, I'll use the word educate and make an extravagant awareness campaign to know. And then the third will be like the indigenous system, traditional knowledge, which we are fascinated not to use because I remember when I was kid and my father was deputed into different part of state into police service. And then when we were going to our village, we were seeing so many things was fascinating us. And now we are going to the things has been entirely changed in the last 20 years. And day for yesterday, when we were going to camp and we are seeing the hut houses and all, and that remind me of our childhood. We're going to our village for that. So that kind of sustainable practices is need to promote a campaign and all that. So I think
I'll add one. I'll add. Yeah. Okay.
I was very moved by his speech, especially regarding indigenous and tribal people's knowledge and worship of nature, actually, and not victory of nature, but coexistence. I can relate particularly to that. I come from a region of Brazil that's filled with traditional populations everywhere, both indigenous communities and other communities as well that we have in there. However, our problems, environmental problems in Brazil, they began with Portuguese colonization in the 16th century, and they lasted for 500 years until very recently when people began to uh, develop some awareness about this issue. And during that process, it was the indigenous populations that kept much, that prevented much of the environmental destruction in Brazil, actually, with their knowledge of how to coexist with nature, even in the harshest regions of Brazil. So, very interesting example is the tree that gives name to our nation. You know, Brazil comes from Pau Brasil, which was a tree that Portuguese cut down to make ink for clothes. And it was a sacred tree for the indigenous population of Brazil. It was in the Atlantic rainforest, sorry, which now has 93% of its original cover ramped down. So there's only 7% left of the Atlantic rainforest in Brazil because of this exploration. So the question I have for you, and just before that, just a quick comment. So you can imagine, we also have the Amazon rainforest, don't know that. 20% of the Amazon rainforest was already lost due to this exploitation. And when the Brazilian government in the 1970s decided to build a highway that crossed the Amazon rainforest, it was called the Trans-Amazon Highway. They called it Green Hell. Like the forest was regarded by the government as hell. And not construction of a big highway that first down for thousands of kilometers. So we look purple regard for indigenous population to knowledge these people who are really kept the forests up for thousands of years. So now to ask you the question is that would you have some general recommendation that could apply to us in Brazil in order to help people acknowledge the need, value indigenous traditional tribal knowledge in the path to sustainable development? Thank you.
It's a very good concerning point which you have put forward. See, when we are developing, we are not developed, and in the process of this development, construction is ongoing process, and every construction has something to destroy, because to create something we are suppressing something. This process has to change. That's why we are talking about sustainable way of life. See, when you said that government is constructing highway, so they are asking for help. Parallelly, they are destroying the forest. See, we have to take measures. We have to put our views. We have to find different ways so that there can be an alternate path to go through. Even in our country, when we are moving towards urbanization, we are cutting forests because there's no land left for people to construct. So in some government policy or through some issues ongoing, we have for every step, or every constructive and destructive step, we have like excuses what what every person make for every small thing. So we have to outcome these excuses. We have to find a sustainable way. Construction is important for urbanization, for development, but destroying our roots is not possible, and it's not acceptable also. So when we are talking about sustainability, it's like everyone should have equitable standard of living, and this standard of living comes with the availability of good transportation, good connectivity. So when we are keeping these points in policy making, even in India or in Brazil, government is focusing on only on the development at any cost. So that's why we have to, as young as youths, we have to put some innovative ideas, and we can discuss, we can find out what points and what ways we can help you out with. So I hope I have given a little. Thank you.
It's a very the moderator at this. And now, going to the close of this session, may I request Professor Alok Shotriya, Professor Dilip, Professor Vidra Bhatti sir, Professor Bendra Bhatti sir, Professor Naveen Sharma sir, and Dr. Sanjeev Singh to come on the stage and do the honors for presenting a moment. Professor Dilip Singh, sir.
request the dignitaries to assemble for a group photograph, please. Thank you so much, sir. We are breaking for 5 minutes to 7 minutes, and before we again assemble here for the validatory section. Thank you so much.
of relief. I request Honorable Sir, Honorable Minister and Ms. Niveda Karthipan and Professor Vinod Tripathi to take this seat on the stage, please. Thank you so much, sir. As a part of the tradition to open the program, I request all the dignitaries on the rise for the lamp lighting and presenting the garland to Goddess Moses to the who is the goddess of knowledge and wisdom. And I also request the technical team to lead the Saraswati Vandana on this region, please.
भैया भैया तो इंस्टाग्राम लाइट जाए यार
या ब्रह्माच्युतशक्तिः
Thank you, sir. कार्यक्रम की अगली कड़ी में हम आगे चलते हैं कुलगीत के प्रस्तुतिकरण के लिए. Moving ahead, we go forward for the presentation. Kuldip presents vision, mission, and spirit of our university and is written by Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Sri Yudh Sri Prakash Mani Tripathi ji. I request technical team to present the Kulgeet, and also I request all of you to stand up at your place in respect of the Kulgeet, please.
तपोभूमि यह ऋषि मुनियों की अति पावन अभिराम वेद्या की आलोक पुंज को शत शत बार प्रण यहाँ नर्मदा की लहरों में संस्कृति का अनुप्रास यह भारत की अमर संपदा पूरा इतिहास यह स्कंद पुराण निरूपित अद्भुत रेवाखंड युग युग से महिमा मंडित यह वंदित और अखंड जनजातीय समाज यहाँ पर कर्मशील निष्काम वेद्या की आलोक पुंज को शत शत बार प्रणाम यहाँ नर्मदा सुन जो है और रंदी प्रवाहित विद्या की देवी की वीणा यहाँ स्वरासित आदि शंकराचार्य कपिल यही किया था ध्यान साधक संत कबीर यही प्रज्ञा का वरदान यही विश्व की मानवता को मिल पाता विश्राम वेद्या की आलोक पुंज को शत शत बार प्रणाम यहाँ सुलभ है जन जीवन की परिपाटी का ज्ञान भारत की भाषा परिभाषा अद्भुत अनुमान यहाँ सूक्ष्म स्थूल देखता, कण कण ऊर्जा मेघदूत सर्वदा निहारे, साल चीड़वट यहाँ से थी के सतत चेतना बहती है अविराम, विद्या की आलोक पुंज को शत शत बार प्रणाम। तपोभूमि यह ऋषि मुनियों की अति पावन अभिराम। यह धर्म भूमि यह कर्म भूमि, जीवन दर्शन की मर्म भूमि। यह ज्ञान भूमि यह ध्यान भूमि, यह सतत लक्ष्य संधान भूमि। यह बोध भूमि यह शोध भूमि, यह चरैवेति अनुरोध भूमि। यह तत्व भूमि यह सत्व भूमि, यह मेधा की अमरत्व भूमि। यह मेधा की अमरत्व भूमि, यह मेधा की अमरत्व भूमि। गुप्त नर्मदा से अभिसिंचित विश्व विदित गुरुधाम। तपोभूमि यह ऋषि मुनियों की अति पावन अभिराम। विद्या के आलोक पुंज को शत शत बार प्रणाम। तपोभूमि यह ऋषि मुनियों की अति पावन अभिराम।
धन्यवाद। थैंक यू टू ऑल। अतिथि देवो भव। भारतीय संस्कृति व परंपरा में अतिथियों का स्वागत प्राथमिक परंपरा है। Indian tradition and culture, we welcome our guests before formal start of the program. In this sequence, I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Sri Prakash Mani Tripathi ji, to welcome our chief guest, Honorable Minister, State Government of India, Sri Phaggan Singh Kulaste ji, with memento, shawl and flower bouquet. मैं माननीय कुलपति महोदय से आग्रह करता हूं कि वह हमारे मुख्य अतिथि माननीय मंत्री जी का स्वागत करें। धन्यवाद महोदय। इस कड़ी में मैं आगे बढ़ते हुए आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा प्रोफेसर व्योमकेश त्रिपाठी सर को, जो कि वरिष्ठ आचार्य हैं इंदिरा गांधी राष्ट्रीय जनजातीय विश्वविद्यालय अमरकंटक के वह आए मंच पर और कार्यक्रम के अध्यक्ष विश्वविद्यालय के माननीय कुलपति महोदय प्रोफेसर श्री प्रकाश मणि त्रिपाठी जी का स्वागत करें। विशिष्ट अतिथि के रूप में हमारे साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं मिस निवेदा कार्तिपन. She is official delegate for this track, which is on climate change and disaster risk reduction, making sustainability a way of life, Y20 India. I request Miss Sana Fatima to come over the stage and to welcome our guest with the memento, shawl and flower. Thank you, Sana. I request Mr. Ankur Gautam to welcome Professor Bhuminath Tripathi, Program Coordinator from our university, to welcome with the shawl, memento and bouquet. Thank you, Mr. Ankur. In this sequence, I request Professor Poonam Sharma Madam to felicitate Honorable Mrs. Sheila Tripathi Madam, the First Lady of the University. Thank you, Madam. In the next sequence, we have with us a special guest, Shri Surjit Singh Baghel, जो कि विभाग संगठन मंत्री हैं अखिल भारतीय विद्यार्थी परिषद के. मैं डॉक्टर संतोष सोनकर जी से आग्रह करता हूं कि वह श्री बघेल जी का स्वागत करें. I request Professor Bhumnath Tripathi ji to welcome address and summary of the technical sessions, please.
Thank you, Rishi. आदरणीय मंत्री जी, आदरणीय कुलपति जी, निवेदा जी, माननीय मातृशक्ति सामने बैठी श्रीमती शीला त्रिपाठी जी, सुरजीत सिंह बघेल जी, वरिष्ठतम प्रोफेसर ब्योमकेश त्रिपाठी जी, प्रोफेसर दिलीप सिंह जी, प्रोफेसर आलोक श्रोतिया जी, प्रोफेसर मूर्ति जी, डॉक्टर S.K. तिवारी जी, और बाहर से आए सभी all friends who have participated in this event, coming from Germany, Czech Republic, Brazil, Japan, Indonesia, and our own colleagues and friends from India. I feel immense pleasure to welcome you all to this closing ceremony of 2 days Y20 event. I would like to summarize the 2 days program. We had 4 technical sessions. And in the first technical session, that was extremely vibrant. The first speaker, Madita, she narrated about how phytohormones play important role and some molecules in conferring plant tolerance to abiotic stresses. And Pavel has mentioned very important idea that how we can prime the seed to sow them in the field that may improve their yield and productivity. And then Vijay Kumar also narrated very excellent idea about how plant can be improved for their productivity and how tolerance can be increased. Dr. Amarnath Tripathi has given excellent talk on various agricultural economics and issues and discuss about some passive adaptation, and he advocated for active adaptation in the agriculture to mitigate the climate change. And then young Khalid Sejaria, he also mentioned the idea of India, how we can deal with climate change. Dr. Renu was the moderator of this session, who had conducted session very nicely. And the second session was focused on mitigating climate change and natural disasters, moderated by Dr. Vijay Pramanik, our own colleague. And the first talk was given by Mr. Satoshi Anju. He left just now because he had flight to Japan, so he will be leaving soon. And he narrated about the idea and conclusion and concentration what happened in Japan for controlling climate change. Jana from Germany, she narrated that how different kind of microbes and plants they interact together to improve the plant tolerance, fungus, nematode, and plants interactions. Then Chandan narrated a very nice story how to deal with the climate change. Suvir from IIT Roorkee also given excellent talk on the aspects of mitigating climate change. And Bhavpriya Ranjan shared his experience on climate change. Then third session was focused on green energy and sustainable technologies and moderated by Professor Neelam Attri. Perhaps he is not here, from Banaras Hindu University. And the first talk was given by my friend Vladimir, who traveled 30 hours to be here from Brazil. And he narrated the indigenous practices of Brazil and how they are dealing with climate change in Brazil, adopting various indigenous knowledge, various practices that exist in their country, his country, and also very common here. And he was also telling that when he came to India, he saw same tree, so he felt like homecoming. And then another talk was given by Daria from Russia, young scholar studying in University of Delhi on computer science. So she narrated how the computer technology can be useful to mitigate the climate change. And then our colleague, Dr. Bikram Pratap Singh, who is instrumental to conduct all the technical session. Where is Bikram? So he narrated very nicely, giving the example of ocean as a cool boss, that how what is happening in the climate and how ocean is accepting everything. And then Chansekhar, unfortunately, he met with a small accident, but he narrated excellent idea that we have to prefer to buy 5-star electrical items to, I mean, save electricity. And then Kunal Tilak, who belongs to the family of Sri Bal Gangadharji Tilak. He narrated his experience on climate change. And then today session was focused on Indian knowledge system and sustainable future. And sir, it was a very long session. We received so many questions, so many interactions. So, and first talk was given, it was moderated by Dr. D.K. Jain, who is a professor in Flame University, Pune. And The first talk was given by Dr. Barun Thakur, who narrated that how we can conserve the older practices of saving waters and other many things to protect our environment. Then one of my, I'm privileged to have you like here as a speaker, Dr. Renu, one of my outstanding student. I'm very proud of you. And she very excellently narrated her idea on climate change. And then another talk was given by Dr. Monica Jamla, who has been also my student and working as a assistant professor in Pune University. And she narrated that how stress and rise are interacting and what should be done to control the climate change. Again, another talk was given by Miss Snigdha Tripathi, who is a research scholar in Gorakhpur University, Deen Dayal Upadhyay, Gorakhpur University, and she has very nicely narrated and explained that idea of India to deal with the climate change. And then Miss Valentina, she also from Y20 Secretariat, she explained very nicely that how Indian indigenous knowledge could be taking example of Arunachal Pradesh and Himachal, that how we can deal with the climate change. And now, sir, we are moving ahead to the for closing ceremony. So I take this opportunity to welcome you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for summarizing the technical sessions that has taken place in the last 2 days in different sessions of this program. In this sequence and moving ahead, I invite Ms. Niveda Karthipan. She is an official delegate of Y20 for her remarks and the summary. Thank you so much. Ms. Niveda Karthipan.
Thank you, sir. Namaste and my warm greetings to the dignitaries present on the dais, Honorable Minister of State Sri Fakran Singh Kulaste, and Honorable Vice Chancellor of IGNTU, Professor Sri Prakash Mani Tripathi, and Professor Bhumina Tripathi, sir, and the delegates from different regions of the globe. I would like to, on behalf of Y20, I would like to thank Vice Chancellor Shri Prakash Mani Tripathi sir and Professor Bhuminath sir and his team for hosting us and for making this Y20 consultation a grand event, and also for making us feel comfortable in the divine place where one of the major rivers of India, Narmada, originates, the place with rich culture, traditions, and arts. Since yesterday, like we have been discussing the various themes, the relationship between climate, people, and planet from various perspectives, how to mitigate climate change and natural disasters, the importance of green energy and sustainable technologies, and how to move towards a sustainable future by following the Indian ethos. So, in order to that, moving forward, the impending conundrum of climate change is the most significant challenge of the 21st century. The greenery around us showcases the beautiful gift of God to mankind. This needs to be preserved both in our hearts and on the earth. Climate change and disaster risk reduction are two of the most pressing issues faced by the humanity today. As our planet continues to warm and weather patterns become increasingly erratic, the risk of natural disasters is growing. The G20 member countries account for about 75% of global energy demand and thus hold significant responsibility and play a crucial and strategic role in pushing for a cleaner energy future. There are large variances of information in the context of the clean transition. The G20 countries are responsible for over 80% of the GHG emissions. For the world to have a chance to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, global GHG emissions need to reduce by 43% by 2030 and reach net zero by or around 2050. The G20 also must co-create multi-country and multi-firm partnerships for technology co-development to catalyze and democratize access to clean technologies. mobilizing climate finance of 100 billion US dollars per annum by 2030, and constructive progress in the determination of the new collective quantified goal on climate finance from a floor of 100 billion US dollars by 2025 would build trust and confidence in the multilateral processes under UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. Along with the mitigation of and adaptation to climate change, other environmental concerns require similar strong collective global efforts. The world today uses resources and generates waste that needs 1.7 times of Earth to sustain. The use of natural resources for human activities has more than tripled since 1970, resulting in a global ecological overshoot in 1979. This exploitative resource extraction has caused the degradation of terrestrial and marine environments, biodiversity loss, and ecosystem pollution, adversely affecting economic avenues and ecosystem services for dependent communities and sectors, and directly impacting lives and livelihoods. At its core, sustainability means living in a way that meets our needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. This requires a fundamental shift in the way we think about the world around us, moving away from model of endless growth and consumption towards one of the conservation, efficiency, and resilience. To truly make sustainability a way of life, we need to approach every aspect of our lives through a sustainability lens. This means adopting sustainable practices in our homes, workplaces, and communities, and making conscious choices about the products we use, the food we eat, the way we travel. Another important aspect of sustainability is the need to create resilient and inclusive communities. This means promoting social equity, diversity, and inclusion, and working to address the root causes of poverty, inequality, and marginalization. By building strong, resilient, and inclusive communities, we can better prepare for and respond to the challenges of climate change and natural disasters. Ultimately, making sustainability a way of life requires a fundamental shift in the way we think about the world around us. It means moving away from a model of endless growth and consumption towards one of the conservation, efficiency, and resilience. It means taking responsibility for our actions and working together to create a more sustainable and equitable world for ourselves and future generations. Provided with the necessary skills and opportunities needed to reach our potential, we the youth can be a driving force for supporting development and contributing to peace and security. We play a significant role in the implementation, monitoring, and review of the agenda, as well as in holding governments accountable. In a nation with the world's largest youth population, Indian youth can lead global climate action. The low-hanging fruit for the Indian youth is the transition to a sustainable lifestyle based on India's values and traditions of conservation and moderation. In the presence of determined and well laid out government policies to act on climate change, youth must be the torch bearers of climate action through their excellence in agriculture, entrepreneurship, and politics. Truly, the future lies in the hands of youth. Perhaps the Nobel Peace Prize for a Youth Leader for Climate Action is not so far. So I'm ending my speech by quoting the Sanskrit sloka: Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, Sarve santu niramayah, Sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukkha bhag bhavet. Which means, may all be happy, may all be free from illness, may all see what is auspicious, and may no one suffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Niveda. It was wonderful speech. In order to get the feedback, experiences, and their remarks about the program, we are going to invite some delegates because feedback is the backbone for the organizing next upcoming programs in the universities. So first I would like to invite Ms. Paras Dinawati from Indonesia to give her feedback on the program in the dais. And I request to be precise, and the time limit is 2 minutes. Next is Ms. Mangla Tekam. Be ready for that. And Mr. Sagar Jadhav. Ms. Paras Dinawati.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Paras Dinawati and I'm a delegate from Indonesia. So, namaste, sir. Yeah. Okay. So I would like to thank to the institution that has held this event, and then I would like to thank you for all the speakers have shared the knowledge in these topics. This topic in this forum is actually one of the awareness program for the youth, right? So this topic is like giving a fruitful knowledge for us, for students, for people who are non-bio, non-climate, and then non uh, non sustainable in field, right? So it is such an interesting topic, and then new knowledge for us who are non in that field. So past and present, the people and the planet are the two main things which will always be there, right? So this is our duty and our responsibility to take care of the planet, the earth, and the nature, right? So the next one is uh honestly, I have never been into farming, never ever, except once. Although my grandma has farm and as a farmer, but I have never been to that, except once that I have ever put the corn seeds into the soil. After that, I have never any idea what happened to the seeds and then how to take care of the seeds. Yeah. So, uh, here in this forum, we gain the knowledge about the correlation of the agriculture, ocean, water, plants, and soil to the climate change, right? One of the ways to reduce the climate change is by having more sustainable ways of life, like sustainable foods, sustainable architecture, and sustainable technology. And then India and Indonesia, I think, have like the I think that it is good for the government or for the institution to work on together on agricultural area. I mean, like more sustainable things between Indonesia and India. So, as the conclusion, back to nature, I think it is back to the indigenous and traditional ways of living. So, I hope that the more advanced the technology, the more sustainable our lives will be. Okay, so thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Ms. Paras. Now invite Ms. Mangla Dekam for her feedback.
Namaste. Myself Mangla Tekam from Indore. In World Day, we are discussed about environment, climate change, even funding too. It's a really amazing and excellent idea of the Y20 to bring all the national, international think tank for the collective idea. Really thankful the Y20 to be bring me here. Thank you very much. And lastly, I want to say the session is really amazing. Yeah, the session of Monica ji. New life exactly come from the seeds. She beautifully narrated the idea of seeds and the idea of Valentina ji. She said we must apply ourselves firstly, not the others. We must apply. Even we can participate in some small participation for the climate change, environment change. We must to change ourselves first, and we can change the climate. It's our duty to change ourselves and our duty to change climate. I want to say that it's really amazing session. All the ideologies who are present here, the great hospitality here, and I want to say that women can play important role in all the climate change in one environment. अगर हम बात करें खेजड़ली की, जहाँ पर अमृता राव जी ने आंदोलन किया था, अगर हम बात करें वट सावित्री विरत की, अगर हम बात करें तुलसी की पूजा तो महिलाएं इसमें इम्पोर्टेंट रोल प्ले कर सकती हैं और मुझे ऐसा लगता है क्लाइमेट चेंज में और आज हम सब यहाँ पर बैठे हम सभी एक महत्वपूर्ण भागीदारी क्लाइमेट चेंज में पर्यावरण में निभा सकते हैं। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद मिस मंगला. I invite Mr. Sagar Jadhav to be brief for 2 minutes.
Hello, all the brothers from India and all the G20 nations, all the brothers and sisters. My name is Sagar Jadhav. I'm from Mumbai. So I'm here to tell you a story. There is a farmer in remote village of India, and he's asking so many questions. He's asking, there are floods, there are droughts. What's wrong is happening? I'm worshipping my Lord, and I don't know what's happening. I'm doing all the hard work. I don't have refrigerator in my home. I don't have AC in my home. I don't have diesel car in my home, but still I'm facing all the issues. So this question is very important, and all the nations in the world need to answer this question. So it's not only about climate change, it's about climate justice. Because in India, like among 7 people in the world, one is Indian, and we are facing climate change, like many issues with climate change. And the theme for this year is climate change and disaster risk reduction. So we can learn a lot from indigenous people, tribal people, because if you see, I mean, I will give some example. For example, in Bastar region, in Northeast region, there are water extraction techniques, and all the regions don't need bigger dams. So when we construct bigger dams, so it creates many ecological problems. But we Indian, all along, without technology, we knew so many like local methods. With help of them, we mitigated the climate risk. I also want to point about architecture marvel in India. I come from Ellora Caves, like it's so close to my home. The Kailash Temple, I mean, it's a marvel in the world. It has survived many floods, it has survived earthquake, and for hundreds of years it has survived. But today, like many buildings are not they are not like climate resilient. They are not earthquake resilient. So we can learn a lot from them. We can see the living bridges in Northeast. We can get inspiration from them, how the people are using nature. Yeah, apart from that, in ancient, like for older times, we can see clean rivers. Like if we maintain a flow of a river, it can be naturally clean. But now, because of urbanization challenge, we are seeing polluted rivers. So we can go back and see like how without help of technology we were keeping our rivers clean. Again, and in perspective of economics, I would talk about cost benefit analysis. If we keep adding environmental cost, no project would be sustainable. But we need to take smaller step. If every Indian take one step, 140 Indian will take 140 crore Indian will take 140 crore step, and it will help at global level. The last point I want to point out is all the climate negotiations, they are happening at a global level, at UN level, but their implementation has to be local. So it is a big issue, because in India we have 3-tier government, like local government at like urban local bodies, rural local bodies, and like all the legislations, they are happening at international level and we are following. And many people criticize UN and many bodies, but here I want to give a hope. The Montreal Protocol in 1987, it helped in mitigation of chlorofluorocarbon up to 99% emission. In 2016, Prime Minister Modi, Honorable Prime Minister Modi played important role in signing of that agreement in eliminating hydrofluorocarbons. So again, with help of India's leadership, we can do. But I will conclude my remark by saying, because we have some international delegates here, whenever you see any international media, they will say India is third largest emitter. But no media points out India's per capita emission is even less than Indonesia. I was studying a report from UN 2020. The Indonesian emission is 2.3 tons per capita. India's emission is just 1.9. If you look at emission by United States, it's 15 tons like per capita. For Canada, it is 14. So you can see India is like 6 times, 7 times doing less emissions. But like the blame game is international bodies, international news media, like they are targeting India in that way. So I request all to work together and fight. I would like to thank Tripathi sir for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Mr. Sagar. Now, in the next sequence, we are privileged to have Sri Faggan Singh Kulasteji, Honorable Minister, Government of India, as a chief guest of the program. मैं सम्मानपूर्वक माननीय मंत्री जी को उनके उद्बोधन और आशीर्वचन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। तो सभागार को अपना आशीर्वचन दें, माननीय मंत्री जी।
भारत माता की। इंदिरा गांधी विश्वविद्यालय अमरकंटक इसे सब ये हमारा क्लाइमेट चेंज एंड डिजास्टर रिस्क एजुकेशन मेकिंग सस्टेनेबिलिटी ए वे ऑफ लाइफ, ये हमारा जलवायु परिवर्तन, आपदा प्रबंधन एवं सतत इस प्रक्रिया को आगे बढ़ाते हुए इन 3 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम में यहाँ पर उपस्थित विशेष तौर से हमारे विश्वविद्यालय के हमारे कुलपति प्रोफेसर हमारे त्रिपाठी जी और इससे संयोजक प्रोफेसर मीनाक्षी त्रिपाठी, हमारी निवेदा जी और यहाँ पर हमारे ऐसे विश्वविद्यालय और अन्य ऐसे विश्वविद्यालयों के हमारे प्रोफेसर्स और देश और विदेशों से आए हुए सभी हमारे डेलीगेट्स और इससे सेमिनार में उपस्थित सभी भाई और बहनों, संगोष्ठी के निमित्त उन्हें जब निमंत्रण किया था तो उस समय मैं सोच रहा था कि समय की उपलब्धता संभव होगी नहीं होगी, ये हमारे सामने एक बड़ा प्रश्न था। परंतु आज मैं यहाँ आकर के जो सारे इससे कार्यक्रमों को मैं देखा तो मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता हुई कि जब अलग अलग हमारे जापान, जर्मनी, ब्राजील, इंडोनेशिया, रूस, हमारे अमेरिकन, नाइजीरिया, ऐसे अलग अलग हमारे देशों के जो डेलीगेट्स हैं, ऐसे 19 प्रतिनिधि यहाँ पर उपस्थित हुए। अभी हमने एक प्रतिनिधि का भी उनके विचारों को अपने यहाँ सुना। तो इससे आज हमारे सामने जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंजेस है जलवायु परिवर्तन और हमारी इससे मानव जीवन के लिए, मानव सभ्यता के लिए ये हमारी एक चुनौती है और इससे गंभीर चुनौती से हम कैसे इसको अपने जीवन को, जिससे मानव सभ्यता को उबार सकते हैं, ये हमको अपने इससे समृद्धि से और देश में इस समय जितने भी बड़े बड़े हमारे सेमिनार्स होते हैं, संगोष्ठियां हैं, इंटरनेशनल इवेंट्स होते हैं, उनमें से अनुभव आया है संयोग से पिछले समय जब ये लखनऊ में कार्यक्रम हुआ था तो उस समय भी मुझे वहां रहने का अवसर मिला। हमारे भारत सरकार के कई ऐसे मंत्री वहां विदेशों में भी हमारे उन सेमिनारों में शामिल हुए। तो कुल मिलाकर के आज जिस प्रकार का अनुभव इससे पर्यावरण जो हमारे विशेष उनकी दृष्टि में हमारे और इस धरा पर जो उपस्थित अन्य प्रजातियों के लिए ये जो संकट हमारे सामने है, इससे हम कैसे उभारे समाज को, हमारे अन्य तरह के वन्य जीवन या और भी तरह के हमारे हर सेक्टर के अंदर कहीं ना कहीं जीवनों पर इसका जो प्रभाव है, मनुष्य पर तो इसका असर है, उसका कारण भी हम लोग अनुभव करते हैं। आज हमारे रहन सहन का स्टाइल भी, जो लोगों का लाइफ स्टाइल, जैसे हम सामान्य तौर से आज अगर मैं कह सकता हूं कि गांव के अंदर देखिए, रिमोट क्षेत्र के अंदर आप देखेंगे तो उस रिमोट क्षेत्र के अंदर आपको अनुभव आएगा वहां का जो माहौल वातावरण है, और जहां पर क्राउड पॉल्यूशन, जितने अर्बन क्षेत्र हैं, जितने भी ऐसे इंडस्ट्री एरिया, अगर आप दूसरे ऐसे क्षेत्र हैं जो नदियों के किनारे या बड़े नदियां, समुद्र का किनारा आप देखिए, तो वहां का रहने वाला व्यक्ति और जंगल के पहाड़ी क्षेत्र में रहने वाला, या हम जिसको ग्रामीण इलाका बोलते हैं, आदिवासी क्षेत्र हम अपनी भाषा में अगर कह सकते हैं, तो ये इस माहौल, इस वातावरण को आप समझ सकते हैं कि जिस अमरकंटक के अंदर आप यहाँ का जो हाव भाव आप देख रहे होंगे, और आज यहाँ के जो भी संत और महात्मा, यहाँ की हमारी यहाँ की जड़ी बूटियां आज दुनिया के अंदर इतना प्रचलित है। कल मैं एक डॉक्टर के साथ बैठा था, मैं कल हैदराबाद में था, हमारे एक कैप्टन है, तो उनके साथ में मैंने सारे उस स्टेशन के अंदर घूमा, तब मुझे ये अनुभव आया कि इससे क्लाइमेट को अगर कोई बदल सकता है, इसमें परिवर्तन ला सकता है, तो ये हवा, अगर एक बार संकल्प हम ले, ये आप देखिए कि आज धीरे धीरे सारे जंगल की कटाई, बहुत बार लोग संकल्प लेते हैं कि हम 1 लाख 2 लाख 1 करोड़ पौधे लगाएंगे, परंतु है कहाँ? आज बहुत इससे हमारे इससे मीडिया का, नई टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग हम करते हैं, एक पौधा लगाएंगे, कितने लोग उसको करते हैं, परंतु वास्तव में फिजिकली हम देखें तो उससे ग्राउंड के अंदर जो ग्राउंड रियलिटी है, उसके अंदर जो हमारा जो कमिटमेंट, क्या उस कमिटमेंट को हम पूरा करते हैं? तो आप जैसे अपने बच्चे के लिए करते हैं, परिवार के लिए करते हैं, आज जब हम बच्चे के बारे में सोचते हैं, उस परिवार के बारे में, तो यही बच्चे आज देखिए, अभी मैं सहयोग से जिस दिन मध्य प्रदेश का रिजल्ट आया, मैं उस दिन हमारे प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री हम दोनों साथ में थे, तो हेलीकॉप्टर जो रिजल्ट आया तो हम लोग आपस में डिस्कशन कर रहे थे। आप उस रिजल्ट के जो टॉप 10 की जब बात करते हैं, तो उसमें से वही बच्चे जो हमारे रूरल क्षेत्र के, वो हमारे उससे हम मेरिट में थे। तो एक तरफ प्रश्न, और उससे वातावरण को, इससे पद्धति को विकसित करने के लिए हमको कितना प्रयास करना पड़ता है, ये केवल दिखाने के लिए नहीं, हमको उस धरातल तक पहुंचना पड़ेगा। का ये जो वातावरण यार, गांव का आदमी आज शहर की तरफ भाग रहा है, वहां किस प्रकार का वातावरण है ये आप अंदाज लगा सकते हैं। गांव में रहने वाला अगर एवरेज आप देखें, बर्ड्स हम देखते होंगे, तो आज उनके स्वास्थ्य पर ये असर, क्योंकि हम जिस प्रकार का एक माहौल अपने गांव क्षेत्र के अंदर बनाते हैं, जहां पर हम रहते हैं, एक प्रकार का वातावरण, ये इसमें आप चेंज देख सकते हैं। शहर के अंदर या एक किसी बंद कमरे के अंदर की स्थिति, गांव में कोई इस प्रकार का ना तो कूलर का उपयोग करता, न कभी फैन लगाता, बहुत आनंद से काम भी करता है और मस्ती से सोता है और समय पे जागता है। आप इससे आप अनुमान लगा सकते हैं कि अपने जीवन में, और इस जीवन को हम सुरक्षित रखने का उनके पास से कोई तकनीक नहीं, कोई टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, ये उनका रहने का अपना तरीका है। अगर क्या इसको हम स्वीकार करते हैं, तो इसमें से एक विषय आया था कि जो हमारे औषधियां हैं आयुर्वेदिक, इसको लोग आज इसका जितना उपयोग करना चाहिए, अभी अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इसको काफी, आप चाहे योग आप देख लीजिए, अभी 21 तारीख को योग दिवस हम मनाएंगे। आज दुनिया के देश एक साधारण अपील पर भारत के प्रधानमंत्री ने दुनिया के लोगों से अपील किया, कितने ऐसे देश आज शामिल होने लगे। बहुत बार हम लोग किसी सेंटर पे जाते हैं, कभी देखते हैं, तो ये अनुभव आता है कि हमारे जो लोग हैं देखने में बहुत स्मार्ट रहते हैं, पर जब योग के मैदान में उसको खड़े करेंगे तब उसकी क्या स्थिति बनती है, ये आप उसकी फीलिंग्स आप देखिए। तो हम नहीं देख रहे हैं, हमारे जो दर्शक लोग हैं या बाकी लोग इसको अनुभव करते होंगे कि आपके स्वास्थ्य के हिसाब से, एज के हिसाब से आपकी क्या स्थिति है। और एक व्यक्ति वो होता है, आज ये जो हमारे जो गांव की पद्धति है, उनके प्रैक्टिसेस आप देखिए, उनके मन में कोई इस प्रकार का नहीं, परंतु जज्बा है जीने का, रहने का, उनका खाने का, और समय वक्त के आधार पर जैसा जैसा ये मौसम बदलता है, जैसे अभी ये मानसून शब्द शुरू होने वाला है, मानसून, तो इस समय हमारा खेती बाड़ी का काम शुरू हुआ है, और एक व्यक्ति वही होता है जो इस मानसून सत्र में अपने जो जीवन की जो पद्धति है उसका उपयोग नहीं कर सकता, क्योंकि उसके मन में इस प्रकार की कल्पना नहीं है। और यही हमारे इससे जलवायु परिवर्तन और उससे आपदा प्रबंधन और आने वाला जो हमारा सतत विकास, देश के बारे में, दुनिया के बारे में हम सोचेंगे, तो हम जब तक अपने आप को सुरक्षित नहीं करेंगे, उसके भविष्य की हम प्लानिंग नहीं करेंगे, योजना हम नहीं बनाएंगे, और ये जितने भी प्रकार के हमारे सामने जो संकट है, प्राकृतिक आपदा है, आप देखिए, मैंने कहा कि समुद्र के किनारे रहने वाला आदमी, उसके मन में एक दिमाग में बड़ा टेंशन रहता है कि पता नहीं कब ये मानसून आएगा, ये किस समय संकट आएगा। मैंने बहुत ऐसे समुद्र के किनारे वाले ऐसे जो क्षेत्र है हमारे या है, उनको मैंने देखा, परंतु वहां से लोग निकलना भी नहीं चाहते। कितने लोगों को जन हानि, धन हानि होने के बाद भी इस प्रकार की परिस्थितियां बनती हैं, और उसके कारण ये जो आपदा प्रबंधन है, जब इस प्रकार का कोई संकट और उस संकट से लोगों को उभारना, तो हमारे पास जो पैरा स्टाफ भी रहता है, बाकी हमारे फौज के लोग रहते हैं, सेना के लोग रहते हैं, इस प्रकार के कोई अगर साइक्लोन है तो उससे निपटने के लिए ये आम तौर से लोग नहीं होते, आम नागरिक वहां उपस्थित नहीं होता। अभी यहाँ पर मुझे बताया गया कि हमारे कुछ अच्छे एक्सपर्ट्स यहाँ पर हैं, एनएसएस के लोग हैं, कुछ विशेषज्ञ लोग हैं, इस प्रकार के लोगों के सहयोग से। और मैंने कहा कि जो हमारे बॉर्डर इलाके के अंदर काम करते हैं, सेना की, देश की सेवा के लिए, सुरक्षा में लोग जो लगे हैं, इस प्रकार के लोग ही इस प्रकार के क्राइसिस के अंदर, और इसलिए ये जो हमारा जो मैनेजमेंट है, आज देश के अंदर ऐसे कई परिस्थितियां हैं। अभी आपने देखा होगा कि हम कोविड के संकट में देश के लोगों को सुरक्षित बताना, इस माहौल से, इस वातावरण से, तो ये हमारा एक अनुभव है, और इसलिए इस प्रकार के संकट से उबारने का काम भी हमारे ही बीच में से हमको करना पड़ेगा। इसके लिए कोई जिम्मेदार नहीं, जिम्मेदार हम सबको ही, हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि इससे उभारना, और इसके लिए हमको हमारा प्लान है उसको हम कैसे ठीक कर सकते हैं। और जब ये दुरुस्त करेंगे तो हम देश के भविष्य के बारे में सोचेंगे कि हमारा भारत का दृश्य कैसा होना चाहिए, भारत के लोग किस प्रकार के होना चाहिए, यहाँ पर किस प्रकार का ये जो हमारा जलवायु परिवर्तन का जो असंतुलन का दौर जो चल रहा है, इससे हम कैसे बच सकते हैं, कितने लोग अफेक्टेड हैं, ये अनुमान लगाना हमारे लिए बहुत कठिन है। फिर भी हम इसको जितना बेहतर कर सकते हैं और देश के विकास में जितना हम प्रयास करते हैं, ये हम सबके प्रयास से ही संभव है। आज प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी आज धीरे धीरे मुझे कहती हुई प्रसन्नता है, मैं बहुत बार ऐसे विश्वविद्यालय के अंदर जाता हूँ, कई ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूशंस के अंदर जाता हूँ, कई ऐसे क्षेत्र है जहां पर लोगों की पहुंच नहीं है, वहां भी जाता हूं। और इसको लेकर के देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी आप देखते होंगे, अभी ये जो मन की बात उन्होंने शुरू किया, इससे कई आइडिया देश के बारे में, समाज के बारे में, क्षेत्र के बारे में, वहां की परिस्थितियों के बारे में, तो उस समय ये अनुभव होता है कि वास्तव में केवल प्रधानमंत्री की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, ये उनका अपना अनुभव, उनका अपना एक्सपीरियंस, ये उनको भी कोई ना कोई व्यक्ति फीडबैक देता होगा। एक व्यक्ति ऐसा नहीं है कि पूरे देश के बारे में कोई हमारे पास ये जो तंत्र है, टेक्नोलॉजी, इसका कितना उपयोग हम कर सकते हैं, इसके कारण ये जो हमारे पास फीडबैक्स आते हैं उसको लेकर के हम समाज के अंदर बात करते हैं और उसमें से हम परिणाम देकर के हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। और यही हमारा लक्ष्य होना चाहिए। एक जो देश में अगर लोग रह रहे हैं, आज भारत की जो आबादी है, अगर इस आबादी के बारे में या इन लोगों के बारे में अगर हम सोचेंगे और इसके बाद हमारे साथ साथ हमारी जो फाइनेंशियली स्थिति है उसके बारे में, तो ये आप अनुमान लगा सकते हैं कि जितने हमारे पास प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का उपयोग सामान्य तौर से सब जैव विज्ञान, उनके विस्थापन और शहरीकरण, स्वास्थ्य, कई तरह की बीमारियों का स्वार, खाद्यान्न, खान पान, मैंने कहा कि सबका कहीं ना कहीं प्रभाव हमारे जीवन पर पड़ता है, हम पर पड़ता है, और इसीलिए कुछ चीजों से हमको बचना चाहिए। और ये हमारे लिए प्रयास होना चाहिए कि हम इस दिशा में, जैसे दुनिया के अंदर ये जो गंभीर चुनौतियां होती है, जैसे नदी का जो बहाव होता है, उससे बचने का हमारे पास तरीका क्या है, ये इस प्रभाव से बहुत बार लोग ऐसा होता है कि उस प्रभाव के कारण कभी क्षतिग्रस्त हो जाते हैं, नुकसान होता है, तो उससे बचने का उपाय हमारे पास क्या है, ये हमको सोचना। और यही हमारे जीवन का एक क्षण है कि इसको हम सजो सकते हैं, व्यवस्थित कर सकते हैं और आगे बढ़ने का एक रास्ता निकाल सकते हैं। इससे ये जो सतत विकास की जो प्रक्रिया है, ये तब संभव है कि जब हम देश के बारे में, दुनिया के बारे में सोचेंगे, क्योंकि लगातार अगर इस प्रकार का हमारे इस वातावरण के कारण, इस क्लाइमेट चेंज होने के कारण बार बार हमारे सामने संकट है, बहुत बार हमारे यहाँ प्रकृति का जो संतुलन बिगड़ा है, उसके पीछे कारण यही। अब सरकारें बहुत इस तरफ जोर दे रही है, हमारी अनेक संस्थाएं काम कर रही हैं, प्लांटेशन का, टैक्सेशन का, पौधारोपण का, इतने सारे हमारे अभियान चलते हैं और इन सब का सहयोग है किसी न किसी रूप में हमको देखने को मिलता है। परंतु मैंने जैसे कहा कि इसको हम एक मुकाम तक पहुंचना, परिणाम मिलना, और उस जब परिणाम मिलना शुरू होगा तो स्वाभाविक फल आपको मिलेगा। जैसे पौधा हम लगाते हैं, पौधा लगाने के बाद हम अपेक्षा करते हैं उससे कि हमको आने वाले 4 साल 5 साल 6 साल में उसके फल, उसका उपयोग हम आप करते हैं। अगर उसको बच्चे को या उस पौधे को हम ठीक से उसकी व्यवस्था नहीं करेंगे, उसकी सुरक्षा नहीं करेंगे, तो फल देने वाले नहीं। तो उससे कई तरह की बीमारी है, नुकसान है। कभी लोग अपने खान पान पर भी ध्यान नहीं। कई बार हम कई ऐसे पार्टियों के अंदर देखते हैं तो लोग ऐसा सोचते हैं उसमें 10 प्रकार के आइटम है, तो लोग जितना उसकी क्षमता है एनर्जी, उससे ज्यादा उसका उपयोग करते हैं। भाई अगर हम 2 रोटी खाने वाले व्यक्ति हैं, अगर इससे भाव में हम 4 रोटी खाएंगे तो नुकसान तो होगा। जैसे मैं नाश्ता भी करूंगा, मैं तो थोड़ा सा खाना खाऊंगा तो 2 रोटी खाऊंगा। अब मेरे को कोई कहे मेरा इतना बड़ा शरीर है तो 2 रोटी से क्या मेरा जीवन चलने वाला है? मैं अपने आप को, मैं कहीं भी जिस दिन मैं अगर 1 रोटी ज्यादा खा ली तो मुझे खुद ऐसा लगता है कि मैं कहीं ना कहीं कुछ अपराध किया है या अपने आप को मैं धोखा दूं। तो ये अपने आप में हम अपने को कैसे अच्छा बन सकते हैं, सुरक्षित रख सकते हैं, अपने जीवन को अगर हम इस रूप में ले जाना चाहते हैं तो ये हम स्वयं को इस के बारे में सोचना पड़ेगा। और इसलिए मैं सभी मित्रों से कहना चाहता हूं कि ये जो परिस्थितियां है, आने वाली जो पीढ़ियां है, उनके बारे में हमको सोचना है, देश के बारे में सोचना है, देश के आने वाला जो भविष्य है, बच्चे। हमारा आधा समय तो जो भी होगा जैसा है निकल गया, परंतु ये जो पीढ़ी है हमारी, और जब ये हम स्वस्थ रहेंगे, समाज अगर स्वस्थ रहेगा तो देश आगे बढ़ेगा। जो भी हमारे सामने जितने भी इस प्रकार के जो संघर्ष, कठिनाइयां हैं, कई तरह की आप पूरे देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में देखें, उसके पीछे कई कारण, और उसमें से भी आज मैंने कहा कि जो गांव की परिस्थिति और शहर का, ये अपने आप ऐसा मान करके चलिए, इससे इस दुनिया को हम ठीक कर सकते हैं अगर ये हमारा तालमेल ठीक बैठ गया। देखिए हर व्यक्ति का एक स्वभाव होता है, अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में काम करने वाले डॉक्टर हैं, इंजीनियर हैं, समाज सेवी है, हमारे प्रोफेसर हैं, सब काम अलग अलग, परंतु एक, और इसलिए अपना जो भी काम है, दायित्व है, उसका निर्वहन करते हुए उस मुकाम तक पहुंचना सब चाहते हैं कि देश आगे बढ़े। कि आप लोग नहीं चाहते? सब चाहते हैं कि ये भारत का भविष्य। आज मोदी जी, मुझे याद है कि मैं अटल जी के समय में जब ये फ्लैट टेस्ट हुआ था, परमाणु परीक्षा की, तो दुनिया के लोग हैं अमेरिका के बारे में क्या सोचते थे। जब अटल जी ने परीक्षण करने के बाद जब अमेरिका ने हमारी तरफ ऐसा उंगली उठाया, आंख दिखाया, तो अटल जी भी, हम उसको जादूगर कह सकते हैं, हमारे कवि, वो किसी से डरते नहीं, और उनने साफ तौर से कहा कि ये जो हमारा एमओयू है, आर्थिक समझौता, आप विड्रा कर लेंगे तो हमको कोई फर्क पड़ने वाला नहीं। अगर जिस व्यक्ति की दाल रोटी खत्म हो जाए उसकी क्या स्थिति होगी आप अंदाज लगा सकते हो। अपने शरीर पे भी उसका असर पड़ेगा, परिवार पर, समाज पे भी पड़ेगा। क्योंकि अटल जी ने उस समय कहा जब इससे कोई कंप्रोमाइज नहीं करेंगे, अगर आप विड्रा भी करेंगे तो आप कर लेंगे। आज नरेंद्र मोदी जी के आने के बाद आज दुनिया का रुख कैसा है? उसी पार्टी उसी विचार के लोग हैं, उस समय भी अटल जी के समय में भी और आज। और उस समय विवेकानंद जी के बारे में कैसा सोचते थे दुनिया के लोग, और आज जो हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी है, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री हैं, दुनिया का एक माहौल वातावरण चेंज हो। आज हर आदमी आज भारत की तरफ देख रहा है, और इसीलिए ये जो माहौल एक वातावरण बना है, और इसको लेकर के आज जब हम निरंतर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, तो भारत की तरफ दुनिया के लोग देख रहे हैं। दुनिया के लोग भारत को सराहना कर रहे हैं, भारत की सराहना कर रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री की सराहना कर रहे हैं, और इसके कारण हमारे मन में भी उत्सुकता है, खुशी होती है कि हम भारत के नागरिक, हम भारत के लोग, भारत के रहने वाले, हमारे बारे में दुनिया की सोच क्या है, वो सोच बदल गई दुनिया की। जो उस समय सोचते थे भारत के बारे में, हम कई बार कहते थे कि भारत की इतनी बड़ी लंबी सूची होती थी दुनिया के, उसमें से हम नीचे से दूसरे तीसरे में होते थे। आज उल्टा हो गया, ऊपर से हम एक दो तीसरे नंबर में आ गए। ये बदलाव ये कुछ समय के अंदर आया, ये केवल हमारे कमिटमेंट के कारण, ये सोच के कारण, इच्छा शक्ति के कारण संभव हुआ है। और इसलिए मैं आप सब मित्रों से कहना चाहता हूं कि ये दुनिया को देख करके ये जो हमारे मन में ये जो परिस्थिति है, और जैसा आज है G20 विश्व के 20 ऐसे देश जो आर्थिक दृष्टि से, सामाजिक दृष्टि से, राजनीतिक दृष्टि से जो सक्षम, उन देशों का आज लीडरशिप भारत करते हैं। और भारत के अगर कोई नेता है, प्रधानमंत्री है, वो है नरेंद्र मोदी। आप संयोग देखें, और केवल 20 देश नहीं, ऐसे कितने ऐसे देश हैं जो हमारे G20 के अंदर अलग अलग, हमारे यहाँ भारत के अंदर जिस प्रकार का इस समय वातावरण, अलग अलग शहरों के अंदर हमने जो कुछ भी आज हम कर रहे हैं, और मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता है कि जब हमारे युवा Y20 का ये जो कार्यक्रम, इसमें यूथ को हमने इन्वॉल्व किया है, हमारी युवा है, हमारे विश्वविद्यालय के लोग, विद्यार्थी, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में पढ़ने वाले, प्लेसमेंट को लेकर के आज चिंता कर रहे हैं। तो आज इस पूरे सेमिनार में मुझे कहती हुई प्रसन्नता है कि जब इस प्रकार के लोग इस प्रकार के संगोष्ठी के अंदर जब डिबेट करते हैं, बात करते हैं, अपनी सोच या अपना पक्ष रखते हैं, तो उस समय हमको जानने का ये अनुभव आता है। हमारे इतने सारे विदेशों के हमारे जो डेलीगेट्स हैं, करीब 19 ऐसे डेलीगेट्स यहाँ पर उपस्थित हुए हैं इस सेमिनार के अवसर पर। तो मैं तो मध्य प्रदेश की ओर से, इस विश्वविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से भी त्रिपाठी जी को भी बहुत बहुत मैं बधाई देता हूँ इस पूरे सफल आयोजन के लिए। हमारे युवाओं, आज मैंने कहा कि अगर हमारे युवा इस नए भारत के निर्माण में, भारत की जो बढ़ती हुई ताकत है, क्षमता है, शक्ति है, अगर इसको और आगे तक ले जाना है और इस विकास की गति रुके नहीं, और इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं हम जहां फाउंडेशन करेंगे तो उसका लोकार्पण भी जनता को समर्पित करेंगे। ये कमिटमेंट के साथ में वो काम कर रहे हैं, और इसलिए मैं आप सब मित्रों को इस अवसर पर बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ, बधाई देता हूँ। और इससे जलवायु परिवर्तन, आपदा प्रबंधन एवं सतत विकास की इस प्रक्रिया को निरंतर आगे बढ़ाने में आप सफल होंगे, और विशेष तौर से इस संगोष्ठी में से कुछ निकल करके आए लोगों तक ये मैसेज हम दे पाए, यही अपेक्षा करते हुए आप सबको धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री महोदय। आप भारतीय ग्रामीण परिवेश व संस्कृति की पर्यावरण संरक्षण और प्रबंधन में भूमिका पर विस्तार से अपने अनुभव को साझा किया तथा भविष्य की वैश्विक चुनौतियों को ध्यान में रखते हुए भारत की भूमिका से अवगत था। पुनः धन्यवाद। I am happy to announce a special announcement that a special issue on climate change will be published in Protoplasma Journal, that is an international journal published by Springer. So interested delegates may contact Professor Bhumina Tripathi ji by email for that. In this sequence, I am happy that we have a book release in this सीक्वेंस। तो कार्यक्रम की अगली कड़ी में मैं मंचासीन अतिथियों से पुस्तक विमोचन का आग्रह करता हूँ। पुस्तक का विषय है 21वीं सदी और थारू सम्मान, जो कि डॉक्टर संजय यादव जी, डॉक्टर गौरी शंकर महापात्रा जी और डॉक्टर कुमकुम कस्तूरी जी ने लिखी गई है और इस पुस्तक की भूमिका माननीय कुलपति महोदय द्वारा लिखी गई है। मैं मंचासीन अतिथियों से आग्रह करता हूँ पुस्तक विमोचन। साथ ही संजय यादव जी, डॉक्टर गौरी शंकर महापात्रा जी और डॉक्टर कुमकुम कस्तूरी जी को मंच पर आने का आग्रह करता हूँ। Thank you, everyone. In the next sequence, now it is time to listen concluding remarks and presidential address by the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Sri Prakash Tripathi जी। मैं माननीय कुलपति महोदय से अध्यक्षीय उद्बोधन व आसीन होकर प्रदान करने का अनुरोध करता हूँ। आज के इस समापन सत्र में मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में मंचस्थ माननीय मंत्री जी श्री फगन सिंह कुलस्ते जी, जिनका विशेष अनुराग इस विश्वविद्यालय के प्रति रहता है। कार्यक्रम के समन्वयक प्रोफेसर भूमनाथ त्रिपाठी जी और मंच पर युवा शक्ति के रूप में प्रतिनिधित्व कर रही सुश्री निवेदा, सामने सभागार में उपस्थित विश्वविद्यालय के प्रथम महिला श्रीमती शीला त्रिपाठी, वरिष्ठ जो हमारे ज्येष्ठ और श्रेष्ठ जिनको मैं मानता हूँ मिस्टर दिलीप सिंह जी और श्रीमती जी, विश्वविद्यालय के वरिष्ठतम आचार्य प्रोफेसर ओमकेश त्रिपाठी जी, प्रोफेसर आलोक श्रोत्री जी सहित सभी सम्मानित शिक्षकगण, शिक्षिकागण, प्रोफेसर ओमनाथ जी की टीम, प्रोफेसर नवीन शर्मा, प्रोफेसर पूनम शर्मा और सभी जो लगातार इस कार्यक्रम को संपन्न करने में लगे हैं। मीडिया क्षेत्र से जिनके माध्यम से पूरे कार्यक्रम की गूंज दुनिया को सुनाई दे, श्री सुनील तिवारी जी और मीडिया के अन्य महानुभाव, कल भी नाम लिया राजीव जी बैठे, इधर मनोज जी भी कहीं दिख रहे थे। ये सभी विश्वविद्यालय के सभी अधिकारीगण, सभी कर्मचारीगण जो इस कार्यक्रम में सहयोग देने के लिए लगे हुए, विशेष रूप से जिन्हें मैं कई दिनों से देख रहा हूँ, इवेंट मैनेजमेंट की टीम जहाँ पे हमारे सभी सुरक्षा प्रहरी और दैनिक कार्यों में सहयोग देने वाले कर्मचारी, आगत अतिथिगण में जो हमारे कुछ जनप्रतिनिधि भी बैठे हैं, वैसे सम्मानित लोग, जो तकनीकी टीम है उसके सभी दक्ष सदस्य, विशेष करके जर्मनी, जापान, ब्राजील, बल्गारिया, रूस, इंडोनेशिया और चेक रिपब्लिक से आए हुए प्रतिभागीगण, देश के विभिन्न हिस्सों से आए हुए युवा उत्साही प्रतिभागीगण, एक तरह से जिनका नेतृत्व करता मैं हमारे बीच में हमारे प्रिय सुरजीत सिंह जी बैठे हैं आगे, पूरी टीम, दिनेश जी बैठे हैं अतिथि के रूप में, और वे सभी जो किसी न किसी रूप में आज के कार्यक्रम में लगे हुए हैं, संबद्ध हैं, देख रहे हैं, सुन रहे हैं, प्रतिभाग कर रहे हैं। दो विशेष टीम, एनएसएस और एनसीसी, इनके सभी जवान और स्वयंसेवक कैडेट्स का स्वयंसेवक कह रहे हैं। मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता है कि पिछले 3 दिन से क्लाइमेट चेंज एंड disaster risk reduction, making sustainability a way of life. सस्टेनेबिलिटी इसका एक प्रमुख हिस्सा है कि हम इस धरा को, इस संसार को और इस प्रकृति को और उससे जो हमें प्राप्त संसाधन है, इन्हें निरंतर देखते रहें। ये भाव है इस विषय का कि हमारा पर्यावरण सुरक्षित रहे, परिवर्तन का प्रकोप ना झेलना पड़े। जो आपदा है जिसके प्रबंधन के बारे में बात इस प्रकार का हो कि आपदा का संकट ही न है। मैं कह सकता हूँ इनके करने के बाद कि हम लोगों ने आज का 20 वक्तव्य इनसे सुना, कोई ऐसा पक्ष नहीं था जिस पर इन्होंने सम्यक दृष्टि न रखी हो। प्रभावित हुआ इस व्यक्तित्व से और जो उसमें तथ्य थे। 3 और लोगों को हमने सुना, पारस दीनावती, मंगला टेकाम, मिस्टर सागर जाधव। आप लोगों के विचार भी मुझे बहुत अच्छे लगे। तकनीकी सत्रों के बारे में आरंभ में ही प्रोफेसर भूमनाथ जी ने जानकारी दी, विषय और उस पर चर्चा, सबके निष्कर्ष एक साथ आएंगे। जिज्ञासु वर्ग तो उससे लाभान्वित होगा, जो नीति नियंता है देश के और दुनिया के, उनके लिए भी एक दिशा निर्देश मिलेगा। उन दिशा निर्देश से संबंधित बातों पर चर्चा करूं। इसके पहले एक किताब का जो विमोचन हुआ 21वीं सदी और थारू समाज, इसके लेखक त्रय डॉक्टर संजय यादव, डॉक्टर गौरी शंकर महापात्र, डॉक्टर कुलदीप कस्तूरी, बहुत बहुत बधाई। वस्तुतः ऐसे अकादमिक कार्यों में पुस्तकों का विमोचन मायने रखता है, और न केवल राष्ट्रीय फलक पर अपितु अंतरराष्ट्रीय फलक पर उनकी पहुंच हो जाती है। हम किताबों के माध्यम से वहां तक पहुंच जाते हैं जहां प्रत्यक्ष हम पहुंच सकते। इसलिए लेखन की बहुत महत्ता होती है और उपादेयता। ऐसे लेखन कार्य होते रहने चाहिए। मुझे खुशी है कि हमारे विश्वविद्यालय में सभी शिक्षक, आचार्य, सहयोगी जो नए हमारे सहायक आचार्य, सभी इस प्रक्रिया में लगे हुए हैं। यहाँ तक कि हमारे तकनीकी स्टाफ के शोध छात्र के रूप में कार्य कर रहे हैं ऐसे लोग हैं जिनके लेखन सामर्थ्य के बारे में मैं जानता हूँ। यह प्रवाह चलते रहना चाहिए। जहां तक आज के इस विषय का प्रश्न है, उस पर मैं कुछ कहूँ। उसके पहले इन 3 दिनों में जितनी अच्छाइयां, खूबियां, खूबसूरती दिखी, उसका सारा श्रेय समन्वयक और उनकी टीम को है। उन अच्छाइयों के लिए मेरी बहुत बहुत बधाई। कार्यक्रम को सार्थक बनाने का पूरा श्रेय प्रतिभागी लोगों को होता है। विभिन्न देशों से आए हुए G20 के सदस्य देश जो है, और हमारे देश के विभिन्न अंचल से आए हुए सभी प्रतिभागियों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बहुत हम लोग जब यह चर्चा करते हैं क्लाइमेट चेंज की, तो बस हमें हमारी परंपरा, प्रौद्योगिकी और प्रतिभा का ज्ञान, जिसके बारे में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी बहुधा कहा करते हैं, और हमारी राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में इसके लिए एक सूत्र भी था stay in India, study in India. Money and mind of India must be used for it. कि आप भारत में रहें, भारत में पढ़ें, दुनिया की जितनी विधाएं हैं भारत में मिलेंगी और इससे भारत की जो संपदा है और भारत की प्रतिभा है इसका उपयोग भारत के एक बहुत बड़ा संकल्प है और यह संकल्प सभी देशों की विशिष्ट विधाओं की जानकारी हमारे देश में हो। ऋग्वैदिक सूक्त से निश्चित है। आनो भद्रा कृतो यन्तु विश्वता। सभी दिशाओं से शुभ विचार आए और अब इस देश से शुभ विचार सभी दिशाओं में जाने थे। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी जब भी दुनिया में कहीं भी जाते हैं तो इस देश की पूरी परंपरा को, परंपरागत ज्ञान को बिखेरते हुए चल रहे हैं। जहां तक परंपरागत ज्ञान की बात है तो दुनिया में हिंदुस्तान से श्रेयस्कर कोई देश नहीं। हमारे पास वह परंपरा है जो मानवता को संचित कर। हम उस देश के लोग हैं जहां को एग्जिस्टेंस की बात होती है, सर्वाइवल ऑफ एग्जिस्ट की बात नहीं। हम सहजीविता में विश्वास करते हैं, समर्थ जीविता में विश्वास नहीं। और इस सहजीविता में जीव जन पशु पक्षी और हम सभी मनुष्य एक साथ रहते हैं। वस्तुतः पर्यावरण कहते ही उसे हैं जिसमें सभी जीवधारी उन्मुक्त निर्विघ्न विचरण करते हुए रहते हैं। हमें ऐसा पर्यावरण चाहिए। हमने विकास के नए मानक कहे और जो प्रकृति ने प्रदान किया है जंगल में, उसके स्थान पर हमने कंक्रीट के जंगल बनाए। हमने सुविधा के नाम पर जिन्हें आधुनिक सुविधा कहते हैं, जिनकी ओर माननी माफी जी इशारा किया कि हम बड़े भवन में एसी में रहते हैं, जबकि पहले जो हमारे घर हुआ करते थे उसमें कूलर एसी नहीं था, लेकिन शीत और ताप का प्रभाव भी नहीं था। हमें पुनः एक बार पीछे की ओर देखना चाहिए और प्रयास करना चाहिए कि तकनीकी का समन्वय हमारी परंपरागत विशिष्टताओं के साथ हो सके। हम बड़े बड़े जल स्रोत की तलाश करें और कृत्रिम बादल तैयार करें, उससे बेहतर है कि जो प्रकृति ने दिया है उसका संचय करें। सर, कूप, वापी के माध्यम से, सरोवर, कुएं और छोटे छोटे गड्ढे के माध्यम से अगर हम जल संचय कर रहे हैं तो फिर बहुत बड़ी समस्या है। हमारे यहाँ कुछ विशेष मान्यताएं हैं। एक हमारा क्षेत्र है जैसे उत्तराखंड, पर्यावरण को बचाने के लिए सबसे सार्थक अभियान वहीं से शुरू, और एक वहां समाज में बात चलती है एली कोस वन तेली कोस जन। जब तक वन है, जंगल है, तभी तक ये हमें ध्यान रखना चाहिए। पूरे देश के लिए एक संकल्प चलता है, जल है तो कल। हमें इस पर विचार करना चाहिए। यह विषय अंतरराष्ट्रीय राजनीति का है। मेरा विषय भी वही है, अंतरराष्ट्रीय राजनीति। जब हम लोग संगोष्ठियों में बैठते हैं और अगले तनाव के विषयों की जानकारी करते हैं, आमतौर पर हम लोग तृतीय विश्व युद्ध की बात करते हैं। क्या क्या कारण हो सकते हैं? भगवान न करें कभी तृतीय विश्व युद्ध। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कहा करते हैं कि युद्ध का दौर नहीं है, हमें उससे बचना। एक कारण उसमें होता है शुद्ध जल का स्रोत। शुद्ध जल की तलाश के लिए भी दुनिया में टकराव हो सकते, इसलिए हमें प्रयास करना चाहिए कि पूरी दुनिया के पास शुद्ध जल रहे और टकराव की नौबत न आए। हमारे देश में कहीं बाढ़ और सूखा की समस्या हो जाए। माननीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी के समय में एक योजना बनी बाढ़ और सूखा से निपटने के लिए और नदियों की जलधारा को सर्वत्र सुलभ कराने के लिए, इसे गार्लैंड कैनाल प्रोजेक्ट कहते हैं। वर्तमान सरकार इस पर तेजी से काम कर रही है कि सर्वत्र नदियों का प्रवाह एक जैसा हो। जब तक नदियों में प्रवाह है, हमारे जीवन में प्रवाह। इसलिए हमें प्रयास करना चाहिए कि नदियों के जो तट हैं, जो उपाय करने हमें क्लाइमेट चेंज को रोकने के लिए, उसके तट पर हम जाकर अतिक्रमण ना करें। आप लोगों ने देखा होगा नदियों के तट के किनारे हमने ऊंचे ऊंचे भवन और होटल। प्रकृति सबसे ज्यादा ताकतवर है। हम भूल जाते हैं कि हमारे पास हर प्रकोप का समाधान है, लेकिन प्रकृति के प्रकोप का समाधान। इसलिए हम नदियों के क्षेत्र में अतिक्रमण न करें, इसका हमें ध्यान। हमारे इसी अतिक्रमण की प्रकृति से चलते प्रवृत्ति के कारण बहुत सारे जीवधारी विलुप्त हो गए। जो कभी मुक्त संचरण करते थे, अब उन्हें हम पिंजरों में पिंजरों में रखना और पिंजरों में रहना, यह मानवीय संस्कृति। हमने विकास के दौर में अब हमें थोड़ा बचना चाहिए। हम कभी कहा करते थे कि सभ्यता का विकास तो नदियों के किनारे, क्योंकि नदियां प्रवाह का द्योतक है और बिना जल के हमारा जीवन चल नहीं सकता। अगला इतिहास लिखा जाएगा कि सभ्यताओं का विकास तो सड़कों के किनारे। सड़क हमें पानी नहीं, सड़क हमें सुविधा अवश्य बननी चाहिए। हमारी सुविधाएं भी बढ़नी चाहिए, लेकिन हमारी प्राकृतिक संपदा की कीमत पर नहीं। हमें प्रयास करना चाहिए प्रकृति के जो संसाधन है हम उन्हें थोड़ा बचाएं, क्योंकि प्रकृति के पास हमारी आवश्यकता पूर्ति के लिए तो बहुत कुछ, लेकिन हमारी जो अनंत इच्छाएं हैं, हमारा लोभ है, लालच है, उसकी पूर्ति प्रकृति नहीं कर सकती। इसलिए अगर हम अपने पर संयम रखें, थोड़ा नियंत्रण रखें, तो प्रकृति सुरक्षित रहेगा, पर्यावरण सुरक्षित रहता है। हम क्लीन और ग्रीन ऊर्जा की बात अब करने लगे। हम वायु ऊर्जा, जल ऊर्जा और सौर ऊर्जा की बात करने लगे। वन वर्ल्ड वन ग्रिड माननीय प्रधानमंत्री, हमें इस पर पुनः काम करने की जरूरत। हम जो बहुत ज्यादा अपव्यय करते हैं, कभी कभी आप लोग विज्ञापनों में देखते होंगे कि हम लोग सड़क पर टेप खोल के चले आते हैं और कभी कोई शाखा मृग आता है, पानी पीता है, उस टेप को बंद कर। तो हम शाखा मृग को सिखाएं, उससे सीखने की स्थिति में हैं। और यह हम अपने ऊपर नियंत्रण करके कर सकते हैं। प्रकृति के साथ छेड़छाड़, आप लोग देखते होंगे कई बार हम लोग जंगल के मार्ग से गुजरते हैं तो कहीं आग लगी होती है और हम चुपचाप आगे निकल जाते। इतना कर सकते हैं, हम अपने मुकाम पर पहुंचकर अधिकारी को सूचना दे सकते, कहीं नल फटा है इसकी सूचना दे सकते हैं। जल की कीमत हमें अरण्य क्षेत्र में रहकर बचानी चाहिए, और जल की कीमत जाननी हो तो अफ्रीका के जीवन को पढ़ना चाहिए। ये सारी बातें इसलिए मैं आपसे कर रहा हूं कि जब प्रकृति सुरक्षित रहे, तभी हम व्यष्टि, समष्टि, सृष्टि और परमेष्टि की बात कर पाए। इसके लिए जरूरी है कि हम अपने परिवेश पर बहुत अधिक ध्यान दें। हमने यह भी देखा है कि जब हम प्रकृति की गोद में होते हैं तो हमें बहुत ज्यादा प्रेम। जो बाहर से प्रतिनिधि लोग आए हैं, मैं विश्वास पूर्वक कह सकता हूं कि जब इस विश्वविद्यालय के गेट से वो प्रवेश किए होंगे तो उनके अंदर तत्क्षण ऊर्जा का संचार। ऐसा इसलिए यहाँ जो हरितिमा है और जो मां नर्मदा का प्रसाद है वो अन्य भूल। हमें ऐसे ही क्षेत्रों को बचा कर रखना है, प्रेरित होना है, अनुप्राणित। इस पूरे कार्यक्रम का ध्येय है कि हम दुनिया के युवाओं को संवाद के लिए एक मंच प्रदान करें। मुझे खुशी है कि विश्वविद्यालय ने इस ध्येय को 3 दिन में पूरा किया है। हमने चर्चा किया है सतत विकास क्या है, सतत विकास के लक्ष्य क्या है, उसे हम कैसे प्राप्त करें। हमने चर्चा किया है कि शांति और सौहार्द का, हमने चर्चा किया है कि शांति के परिवेश में विकास का सही अर्थों में अर्थ है। हमने चर्चा किया है कि नारी शक्ति क्या हो। हमने चर्चा किया है कि जो मानव संसाधन है एक देश के कल्याण में, विकास में क्या सहयोग कर सकते हैं। हमने चर्चा किया है कि आज का युग, इसे कल युग कहते हैं, कल पुर्जों का युग, तकनीकी का युग। इस तकनीकी का जीवन को सुधारने में हम क्या उपयोग कर सकते हैं। यह तकनीकी ही है कि हम अब पेपरलेस लाइफ की बात, जिसके चलते बहुत सारे पौधों का जीवन सुरक्षित हुआ है। तकनीकी हमारी बहुत बड़ी ताकत है, लेकिन हमें प्रयास करना है कि यह तकनीकी हमारे त्रास का कारण ना बने। हम इसका दुरुपयोग, हमारे पास मीडिया बहुत अधिक उपयोगिता है। हम लोग पहले कहा करते थे, सभी लोगों के बारे में बहुत सारे साहित्यकार बैठे हैं, इस पर मैं जानता हूं, मैं बिल्कुल जहां पहुंचे रवि वहां पहुंचे कवि, वहां कवि पहुंच जाता है, कल्पना ग्रहण होते हैं। लेकिन आजकल जहां न पहुंचे कवि, वहां पहुंचे पत्रकार। तो लेकिन जब कवि पहुंचता है तो भावनाओं को जागृत करना, वे भावनाएं जो हमें जोड़ती हैं, और जब मीडिया पहुंचती है तो यथार्थ का उद्घाटन करती है और एक संदेश देती है। मानवता का रक्षण होना चाहिए, सत्य का उद्घाटन होना चाहिए, हमें सहज होना चाहिए, हमें निर्भीक होना चाहिए। सहजता, निर्भीकता हमें प्रकृति ने सिखाया है। सहजीविता के सिद्धांत हमें यह मानकर निरंतर चलना चाहिए। बहुत सारे संवाद के विषय आए, मैं आपके पास तो सत्रों में नहीं बैठा, लेकिन मैं उनमें से कुछ को देखता भी रहा। आज जो तकनीकी ने सुविधा दी है, उसके माध्यम से बहुत अच्छी परिचर्चा हुई। जिन लोगों ने परिचर्चा में भाग लिया, वे तो बधाई के पात्र है ही, और जिन लोगों ने उसे सुना, अपना समय दिया, वे सब भी बधाई के पात्र। इस विश्वविद्यालय में बहुत दक्ष आचार्य, इनसे दिशा निर्देश लेकर जितने प्रतिभागी आए हैं, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है अपने भविष्य को संवारने का काम कर, क्योंकि ये पूरा कार्यक्रम बेहतर भविष्य की रचना के लिए हुआ है। प्रकृति मिले संस्कृति से, और दोनों मिलकर संवारे हमारे भविष्य। हमारा भविष्य तभी अच्छा होगा जब हमारे अंदर समरसता का भाव होगा, सौहार्द का भाव होगा, मनुष्यता का भाव होगा, साथ चलने का भाव होगा, और सर्वोपरि एक दूसरे के प्रति सद। और इससे हम जो मनुष्यता के शाश्वत गुण हैं, उन्हें हम अर्जित कर सकेंगे। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है आप सभी जो यहाँ से जाएंगे, यहाँ की जितनी अच्छाइयां हैं अपने क्षेत्र में उसे उसी तरह से बिखेरने का काम करेंगे। जैसे इस क्षेत्र का एक विशेष पुष्प है, तो मां नर्मदा की कृपा से प्राप्त है, गुल बकावली, उसकी सुगंध सब जगह फैलती रहती है। हम लोग अपनी भाषा में कहते हैं, दिग दिगांतर में उसकी सुगंध फैलती है। सुगंध भी और औषधि भी। आप सब यहाँ की सुगंध को ले जाएं, अपने क्षेत्र में विकीर्ण करें, आप स्वयं प्रकाशित हो। हमारे यहाँ बुद्ध का उपदेश ही है, अब दीपो भव, आप स्वयं प्रकाश बनो। स्वयं प्रकाश बनने का संदेश बुद्ध ने युवाओं को दिया। मैं भी इस विश्वविद्यालय के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में, संरक्षक के रूप में आप सबको यही समझते हो कि आप स्वयं प्रकाश बने और दुनिया को आलोकित करें, दुनिया को विवाद रहित बनाएं, तनाव रहित बनाएं, टकराव रहित बनाएं। हम सब मिलकर एक साथ चलें और हमारा भविष्य उज्जवल हो, क्योंकि कर्म करने से ही बड़ाई मिलती है। स्वयं महत्वम बनयंत, ऐसा हमारे वैदिक आप सभी अपने दायित्वों का निर्वहन करेंगे, ऐसा मेरा दृढ़ विश्वास है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक संकल्प है जिसे बहुत शीघ्र ही सिद्ध हो जाना। आज की दुनिया को ज्ञान की दुनिया कहते हैं, और ज्ञान की दुनिया की महाशक्ति भारत को बनना है। इस महाशक्ति को बनाने में युवाओं की भूमिका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। पूरा विश्वास है युवाओं के कारण, अध्येताओं के कारण, और आप जैसे आचार्यों के कारण, और ऐसे जनप्रतिनिधिगण के कारण निश्चय ही हम शीघ्र ही ज्ञान की दुनिया की महाशक्ति आप सभी ने ध्यानपूर्वक सुना इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद संरचना आपको निरंतर पर देशर नर्मदे धन्यवाद माननीय महोदय आपके प्रेरणादायी उद्बोधन के लिए आपको सुना समय ऊर्जा का स्रोत रहता है। कार्यक्रम की अगली कड़ी में मैं विश्वविद्यालय के कुल सचिव प्रोफेसर सचिन मूर्ति जी को आमंत्रित करता हूँ धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए। I invite Professor Sachin Murthy for formal motion. He will start the announcement.
It's my pleasure to give vote of thanks for this successful event. Just last 3 days, yes, we have it's very good and many of the students coming from this very good lectures and discussions, communications. It's very good and many of them and very good information from them and as to miss many discussions are there. So in inaugural session, that's down that many delegates came here and they given very good talk, which are given praising our university as well as the information about the way to live. So government of India has given this chance to our university and the G20 also given the chance to our university. First of all, I have to give a very thankful, sincere thanks to the government of India and Y20, G20 for this session. Then the delegates who were present yesterday as well as today. So today, first of all, I have to give thanks to Sri Fajal Singh Kulasthe, Honorable Minister of State, Government of India. So he has given his time to reach here. That is a lot of hurdle he has came from Hyderabad. He told that is yesterday he was in Hyderabad and today he is here and he has given a talk. So how it should be living, how the people lived earlier, and how the people living now. So how it changes the climate according to the culture. So very very thankful to this, sir. Then our honorable vice chancellor, sir, Professor Prakash Tripathi. He's a godfather of the university and he's a family head leader of this family. So he has taken care of everybody up here and as well as this university and the nearest place and tribal identification of the tribals of this nation international level. He is the identified person for this world. So I'm very thankful to you, sir. Then Miss Niveda Kartiman, she has a personality from Y20. So she has given the information about the Y20, why it is there, how it is to be done. So that is very thankful. Professor Lumina Tripathi is one of the main pillar for this event. So he has organized very well this program, coordinating even with the international level is very difficult. Everybody knows that. So he has managed it well and he has coordinated it well. So very thankful to you. So, Madam Sila Tripathi, first lady of the university. So she has completely, it's a partial godfather or godmother of this university. So, Madam, thankful to you. And Mr. Sujit Patel, he came from here and he has contributed and he has taken care of this program. So, thankful to you. And all other delegates, participants, and the family members of the IGNTU, head, dean, faculty members, co-teaching staff, and all others is directly or indirectly involved in this university as well as its programs for everyone. That is very thankful for them and various committees we have developed for this organize this event. So all the committee members who are day and night last 1 month, almost 1 month, they have involved in this program to conduct this program, even the very busy schedule of examination, all other classes and everything. So I'm very thankful to everyone and custodial board, security persons of this university, and housekeeping persons of this university. Because without them, we are talking about the clean and climate changes and everything. They are one of the main part of this university. So that and engineering section to making this arrangement and technical persons, electricity, everything they are taking care of. So they have given the 24/7 technical support to the program. So I'm very thankful to them. And scholars and students, that are scholars of the university and students from the university involved in this. We have seen lot of work they are doing day and night. We have more than that. And the supporting all the committee members about the especially academic accommodation, food, transportations, etc. Everywhere they are involved. So I'm very thankful to all the scholars and other service providers of this event, like food, accommodation, traveling for the drivers and everybody, and all others, photographing and videographing, and everyone. Whoever I left out, so I'm thankful to everybody, one in all. So once again, I'm thankful to all the international and national participants and delegates, and whoever came here and you have take you with you your good memorable things from the university, and it will be lifelong. We will have a good relation with our IGNTU family. Thank you once again, and in all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to take permission from Honorable Vice Chancellor to conclude the program. And may I request you, all of you, to stand up on your places for national and राष्ट्रगान के सम्मान में अपने स्थान पर खड़े होने का सागर
जन मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जगधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता
Thank you so much, everyone. It has been a pleasure to be a good audience. Thank you so much.